Shabbat Shalom.
Lion of Judah.
Shabbat Shalom.
Psalm 95. Oh, come, let us sing unto the Lord, the Lord, the Lord. Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation, salvation, salvation. Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving, thanksgiving, thanksgiving. And make a joyful noise unto him with song, with song, with song. For the Lord is a great God, great God, great God. And a great King above all God, above all God, above all God.
ומלך גדול על כל אלוהים, כל אלוהים, כל אלוהים, כל אלוהים, כל אלוהים,
above all God, above all God, above all God, above all. In his hand are the deep places of the earth. The strength of the hills is his also. The sea is his, and he made it, and his hands formed the dry land. Oh, come, let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before the Lord our Maker. For he is our God, and we are the people of his pasture, and the sheep of his hand. Today, if ye will hear his voice, harden not your heart as in the provocation, and as in the day of temptation in the wilderness. When your fathers tempted me, proved me, and saw my work. 40 years long was I grieved with this generation, and said, it is a people that do err in their heart, and they have not known my ways. Unto whom I swear in my wrath, that they should not enter into my rest, my rest, my rest, my rest, my rest. Rest, 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 rest. Psalm 96. Oh, sing unto the Lord a new song, a new song, a new song.
שירו לאדוני שיר חדש, שיר חדש, שיר חדש, שיר חדש, שיר חדש.
Sing unto the Lord, all the earth, all the earth, all the earth, all the earth, all the earth.
שירו לאדוני כל הארץ, כל הארץ, כל הארץ, כל הארץ.
Sing unto the Lord, bless his name, bless his name, bless his name, bless his name, bless his name.
שירו לאדוני ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו.
Show forth his salvation from day to day, 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 day to day.
בשרו מיום ליום ישועתו, 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 ישועתו.
Declare his glory among the heathen, the heathen, the heathen.
ספרו בגויים כבודו, כבודו, כבודו.
Declare his glory among the heathen, his wonders among all people.
בכל העמים נפלאותיו, 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 נפלאותיו.
For the Lord is great, but is great, but is great, but is great, but is great.
כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, נורא הוא על כל אלוהים, 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 אלוהים.
For the Lord is great, 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 great.
כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד.
For the Lord is great and greatly to be praised. He is to be feared above all gods. For all the gods of the nations are idols. But the Lord made the heavens. Honor and majesty are before him. Strength and beauty are in his sanctuary. Give unto the Lord, O ye kindreds of the people. Give unto the Lord glory and strength. Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name. Bring an offering and come into his courts. O worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness. Fear before him all the earth. Say among the heathen that the Lord reigneth. The world also shall be established, that it shall not be moved. He shall judge the people righteously. Let the heavens rejoice, and let the earth be glad. Let the sea roar, and the fullness thereof. Let the field be joyful, and all that is therein. Then shall all the trees of the wood rejoice before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. He shall judge the world with righteousness, and the people with his truth. His truth, his truth, his truth, his truth, his truth, his truth. Psalm 97.
מזמור צד זין.
The Lord reigneth.
Adonai malach, malach, malach.
Let the earth rejoice, rejoice, rejoice.
Tagel haaretz, 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 haaretz.
Let the multitude of isles be glad thereof, be glad thereof, glad thereof.
Yismechu iyim rabim, 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 rabim.
Clouds and darkness are round about him, around about him, around about him, around about him.
Anan va'arafel sevivav, 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 sevivav.
Righteousness and judgment are the habitation of his throne, of his throne, of his throne, of his throne.
Tzedek u'mishpat mechon kis'o, 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 kis'o.
A fire goeth before him, before him, before him, before him.
Esh lefanav telech, 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 telech.
And burneth up his enemies round about, round about, round about, round about, round about.
Utelahet saviv, sarav, 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 sarav.
His lightnings and lightnings and lightnings and lightnings and lightnings.
Ve'iru v'rakav tevel, 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 tevel.
His lightnings enlightened the world. The earth saw and trembled. The hills melted like wax at the presence of the Lord, at the presence of the Lord of the whole earth. The heavens declare his righteousness, and all the people see his glory. Confounded be all they that serve graven images, that boast themselves of idols. Worship him, all ye gods. Zion heard and was glad, and the daughters of Judah rejoiced because of thy judgments, O Lord. For thou, Lord, art high above all the earth. Thou art exalted far above all gods. Ye that love the Lord hate evil. He preserveth the souls of his saints. He delivereth them out of the hand of the wicked. Life is sown for the righteous, and gladness for the upright in heart. Rejoice in the Lord, ye righteous, and give thanks at the remembrance of his holiness, of his holiness, of his holiness, of his holiness, of his holiness.
Lion of Judah Society.
Psalm 98.
מזמור צד ח' מזמור, 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 מזמור.
Oh, sing unto the Lord a new song, a new song, a new song, a new song.
שירו לאדוני שיר חדש, 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 חדש.
For he hath done marvelous things, marvelous things, marvelous things, marvelous things.
כי נפלאות עשה, 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 עשה.
His right hand and his holy arm, holy arm, holy arm, holy arm.
הושיע לו ימינו, 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 ימינו.
Hath gotten him the victory, the victory, the victory, the victory.
וזרוע קודשו, 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 קודשו.
The Lord hath made known his salvation, his salvation, his salvation, his salvation, his salvation, his salvation.
הודיע אדוני ישועתו, 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 ישועתו.
The Lord hath made known his salvation. His righteousness hath he openly showed in the sight of the heathen. He hath remembered his mercy and his truth toward the house of Israel. All the ends of the earth have seen the salvation of our God. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord, all the earth. Make a loud noise and rejoice and sing praise. Sing unto the Lord with the harp and the voice of a psalm, with trumpets and sound of cornet. Make a joyful noise before the Lord the King. Let the sea roar and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. Let the floods clap their hands. Let the hills be joyful together before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. With righteousness shall he judge the world and the people with equity, with equity, with equity, with equity, with equity, with equity. Psalm 99.
מזמור צ"ט,
The Lord reigneth, reigneth, reigneth.
אדוני מלך, 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 מלך.
Let the people tremble, tremble.
ירגזו עמים, ירגזו עמים, ירגזו עמים, ירגזו עמים, ירגזו עמים.
He sitteth between the cherubim. Let the earth be moved, be moved, be moved, be moved.
יושב קרובים תנות הארץ, הארץ, הארץ.
The Lord is great in Zion, and he is high above all the people. Let them praise thy great and terrible name, for it is holy, for it is holy, for it is holy, for it is
קדוש
holy,
הוא,
for it is
קדוש,
holy,
קדוש, קדוש, קדוש.
The king's strength also loveth judgment. Thou dost establish equity. Thou executest judgment and righteousness in Jacob. Exalt ye the Lord our God, and worship at his footstool, for he is holy, for he is holy, for he is holy, for he is holy.
קדוש הוא, קדוש, 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 קדוש.
Moses and Aaron among his priests, and Samuel among them that call upon his name, they called upon the Lord, and he answered them. He spake unto them in the cloudy pillar. They kept his testimonies and the ordinance that he gave them. Thou answeredst them, O Lord our God. Thou wast a God that forgavest them, though thou tookest vengeance of their inventions. Exalt the Lord our God and worship at his holy hill, for the Lord our God is holy, 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 holy. Psalm 29.
מזמור כ"ט, מזמור לדוד.
Give unto the Lord, O ye mighty, ye mighty, ye mighty, ye mighty.
הבו לאדוני בני אלים, בני אלים, בני אלים, בני אלים.
Give unto the Lord glory and strength, and strength, and strength, and strength.
הבו לאדוני כבוד ועוד, כבוד ועוד, כבוד ועוד, כבוד ועוד.
Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name, to his name, to his name, to his name.
הבו לאדוני כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו.
Worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness.
השתחוו לאדוני בהדרת קודש, בהדרת קודש.
The voice of the Lord is upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters.
קול אדוני על המים, 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 המים.
The God of glory thundereth, 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 thundereth.
אל הכבוד הרעים, הרעים, הרעים.
The Lord is upon many waters, many waters, many waters, many waters.
אדוני על מים רבים, 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 רבים.
The voice of the Lord is powerful, 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 powerful.
קול אדוני בכוח, 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 בכוח.
The voice of the Lord is full of majesty, full of majesty, full of majesty.
קול אדוני בהדר, 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 בהדר.
The voice of the Lord breaketh the cedars, the cedars, the cedars, the cedars.
קול אדוני שובר ארזים, 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 ארזים.
Yea, the Lord breaketh the cedars of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon.
וישבר אדוני את ארזי הלבנון, 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 הלבנון,
He maketh them also to skip like a calf, Lebanon and Syrian like a young unicorn. The voice of the Lord divideth the flames of fire. The voice of the Lord shaketh the wilderness. The Lord shaketh the wilderness of Kadesh. The voice of the Lord maketh the hinds to calve, and discovereth the forests. And in his temple doth every one speak of his glory. The Lord sitteth upon the flood. Yea, the Lord sitteth king forever. The Lord will give strength unto his people. The Lord will bless his people with peace. Peace, 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 peace.
Sembet Selam, Shabbat Shalom.
Barku etiawa hamborak.
Baruchu, leader. Baruchu et Adonai hamvorach.
Chozin. Barku etiawa hamborak.
Baruchu, leader. Baruchu et Adonai hamvorach. Leader with congregational response. Baruch Adonai hamvorach leolam va'ed.
So forget about your troubles and strife.
Baruchu et Adonai hamivorach. Baruch Adonai hamivorach leolam va'ed. Baruch Adonai hamivorach leolam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah. Baruchu et Adonai hamivorach. Baruch Adonai hamivorach leolam va'ed. Baruch Adonai hamivorach leolam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Lion of Judah Society.
Baruchu et Adonai hamivorach. Baruch Adonai hamivorach leolam va'ed. Baruch Adonai hamivorach leolam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam אשר בחר בנו מכל העמים, ונתן לנו את תורתו. ברוך אתה אדוני, נותן התורה. ברכו את אדוני המבורך, ברוך אדוני המבורך לעולם ועד. ברוך אדוני המבורך לעולם ועד. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם, אשר בחר בנו מכל העמים, ונתן לנו את תורתו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
Sanctifying our time, Narot, lighting the candles. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav, v'bitz zanu, ledlik nir shel Shabbat, v'shel Yom Tov. Blessed are you, O Yahweh, our Almighty, King of the universe, who has sanctified I and I by your commandments and has instructed I and I to kindle the lights for Shabbat and for the Kadosh day.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav, v'tzivanu lehadlik ner shel Shabbat.
Shabbat Shalom.
Ana b'koach gedulata yamineka tatira serura. O Lord, we beseech thee to loosen with the greatness of thy powerful right hand those that are bound in captivity. Aver arina ta'ameka sagarenu ta'herenu nora. Accept the cry of thy people, exalt and purify I and I, O thou who art tremendous. Na gibor dorsheya yehudeka kevavata shamrein. O most powerful God, we beseech thee to preserve as the apple of the eye those that seek thee, who art God alone. Barakema taherema rachemea slidkateka tamida gamleim. Bless and purify them, and itinerally requite them according to thy merciful righteousness. Chasina kadosha barova tuveka nachela edateka. O thou who art most mighty and holy, guide thy congregate, thy aggregate people in thine abundant goodness. Yachida ge'eh li'ameka b'nei zochrei kedushateka. Thou who art God alone, and most excellent regards thy people, and who continually make mention of thy holiness, of thy set apartness. Shawatenu kabel ushmas aikatenu yodea ta elumot. Accept our prayers and hearken to our I cries. O thou to whom all secrets are known. Baruch Hashem Kovoda Malkuto Le'olam Oed. Blessed be the name of the glory of his kingdom, forever, for ever and ever.
Shabbat Salam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for days of resting inside your home.
6 days shall thou labor, shall the 7th day take thy rest.
Christ be the multitude, the only one who forever.
6 days shall thou labor, shall the 7th day take thy rest.
Christ be the multitude, the only one who forever.
6 days shall thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we were like little sucklings on the breast. 6 days shall thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we were like little sucklings on the breast. So 6 days shall thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we were like little sucklings on the breast.
Lecha dodi, 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 dodi. Lecha dodi, likrat kala, pnei Shabbat, nikabala. Come, O friend, the bride to meet. Come, O friend, the Sabbath greets. Lecha dodi, likrat kala, pnei Shabbat, nikabala. To be repeated after each stanza. Leka dodi likratia kala b'nei shapatia nikabala. Keep and remember were fused in one word when the voice divine, Ivine, at Sinai was heard. Echad u'shmo echad. Yahweh, he will be, Jehovah. Yah, Jaja echad u'shmo echad. Yahweh, Jehovah is one, and one is his name. Yahweh echad u'shmo echad. L'shem u'l'tifareta v'tehillah. In him is our glory, in him our fame, I fame. Leka dodi likrati kala, b'nei shapatia nikabala. Oh, come, let us make I meet the Queen of Days. The Sabbath Shabbat yields joy in all her ways. The last of Elohim's walk, but first in his design. The Sabbath Shabbat foreshadows blessing, baraka, divine. Blessings I find. Leka dodi likratia kala, b'nei shapatia nikabala. Thou holy city, Isla city, thou shrine of Hamelech, of the king, of the Negus, even Negus Neges. Enough of thy grieving, come now and sing. Yahweh Jehovah will redeem thee. Lift up thy face, Yahweh Jehovah will restore thee again to his grace. Lecha dodi likratia kala, b'nei shabatia nikabala. Shake off thy dust and rise from the mire. Come and bedeck thee in festive attire. Thy redemption is near, thy weeping let cease. Yahweh Jehovah will fulfill thy yearnings for peace. Lecha dodi likrati kala, b'nei Shabbatia nikabala. Arise, oh arise, for come is thy light. The darkness is lifted, gone is the night. Awake, awake, sing the song of the free. See all thy homeless returning to thee. Lecha dodi likrati kala, b'nei Shabbatia nikabala. Why art thou downcast? Why dost thou moan? Yahweh Jehovah his glory upon thee has shown. Thy foes he vanquished, thy foes he vaunt, he humbled their pride. Elohayik, the I Elohim has loved thee as bridegroom his bride. Lecha dodi likrati kala, b'nei Shabbatia nikabala. In freeness renewed again thou wilt thrive. Thy land will blossom, thy youth will revive. El Elohim's deeds we I know and ever acclaim, chanting our praises to his holy, his Isla name. Lecha dodi likrati kala, b'nei Shabbatia nikabala. We, I greet thee, O Sabbath, O Shabbat, O Senbetoi, crowned by Adonai, Rastafari. We, I hail thee, rejoicing in common accord. We, I are the faithful who bask in thy light. We, I welcome thy day. We, I welcome thy night. Lecha dodi likrati kala, b'nei Shabbatia nikabala. Come, O friend, the bride to meet. Come, O friend, the Sabbath, ha-Shabbat, the Senbet, greet.
6 days shall thou labor, shall the 7th day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we are like the sucklings in the breast.
432.
Wherefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath to observe ha-Shabbat throughout their generations, a perpetual covenant. It a sign between me and the children of Israel, the children of Israel forever. For 6 days Yahweh Jehovah made Hashemayim, the heavens and earth and the earthly plane. And on the 7th day he rested and was refreshed. Beini u vein bnei Yisrael oti le'olam ki shesheta yamim asah Yahweh et hashemayim ve'et ha'aretz ua vayom ha'shevi'i Shavat, why you nafash. It is a sign between I and the sons of Yisrael. Beini uvein bnei Yisrael. Ot, he, she is a sign. Ot, he. Beini uvein bnei Yisrael. Ot, he, le'olam. For she is a sign between I and the children of Yisrael, le'olam, for I v'le'olam. Hiya shesheta yamim asah Yahuwah. For in 6 days, hiya shesheta yamim, he be made asah Yahuwah. Jehovah made Eta Hashemayim, the heavens, Eta Haaretz, and the earth and the earthly plane, Uvayom HaShavi'i, and on the 7th day, Ubayom HaShavi'i, Shavata Wayayinafash, he ceased from work. Shabbat, Wayinafash, and rested. He rested and was refreshed. Shabbat, Wayinafash.
Psalm 92. Psalm 92.
מזמור צדה ב' מזמור שיר ליום השבת.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord.
טוב להודות לאדוני,
And to sing praises unto thy name, thy name, thy name, thy name.
ולזמר לשמך.
O Most High, Most High, Most High, Most High, Most High.
לשמך העליון.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning, it's in the morning, it's in the morning, it's in the morning.
להגיד בבוקר חסדך.
And thy faithfulness every night, it's every night, it's every night, it's every night.
ואמונתך בלילות.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand it. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Lord, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of an unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire on mine enemies, and mine ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness, 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 no unrighteousness.
מזמור צד"ג. אדוני מלאך גאות לבש, לבש אדוני עוז התעזר, אף תיכון תבל בל תימות. נכון כסאך מאז, מעולם אתה. נשאו נהרות אדוני, נשאו נהרות קולם, יישאו נהרות דוחיים. מקולות מים רבים, אדירים משברי ים, אדיר במרום אדוני. עדותיך נאמנו מאוד, לביתך נאווה קודש, אדוני לאורך ימים.
Psalm 93. The Lord reigneth, he is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed with strength, wherewith he hath girded himself. The world also is established, that it cannot be moved. Thy throne is established of old, thou art from everlasting. The floods have lifted up, O Lord, the floods have lifted up their voice, the floods lift up their waves. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. Thy testimonies are very sure. Holiness becometh thine house, O Lord, forever, 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 forever,
Perfect storm, that's the man I bring a perfect storm. Perfect storm, I bring a perfect storm.
መዝሙር 92 በቅንፍ 93 በሰንበት ቀን የምስጋና መዝሙር። እግዚአብሔር ነገሰ፣ ክብርንም ለበሰ። እግዚአብሔር ኃይልን ለበሰ፣ ታጠቀም። ዓለምን እንዳትናወጥ አጸና። ዙፋንህ ከጥንት ጀምሮ የተዘጋጀ ነው፣ አንተም ከዘላለም ነህ። አቤቱ ወንዞች ከፍ ከፍ አደረጉ፣ ወንዞች ቃሎቻቸውን ከፍ ከፍ አደረጉ። ከብዙ ውሆች ድምፅ ከባህርም ታላቅ ሞገድ ይልቅ እግዚአብሔር በከፍታው ድንቅ ነው። ምስክርህ እጅግ የታመነ ነው። አቤቱ እስከ ረጅም ዘመን ድረስ ለቤትህ ቅድስና ይገባል።
מזמור צד"ג. אדוני מלאך גאות לבש, לבש אדוני עוז התעזר, אף תיכון תבל בל תימות. נכון כסאך מאז, מעולם אתה. נשאו נהרות אדוני, נעשאו נהרות קולם, יישאו נהרות דוחיים. מקולות מים רבים, אדירים משברי ים. אדיר במרום, אדוני. עדותיך נאמנו מאוד, לביתך נאווה קודש, אדוני לאורך ימים.
Psalm 93. The Lord reigneth, he is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed with strength, wherewith he hath girded himself. The world also is established, that it cannot be moved. Thy throne is established of old, thou art from everlasting. The floods have lifted up, O Lord, the floods have lifted up their voice, the floods lift up their waves. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. Thy testimonies are very sure. Holiness becometh thine house, O Lord, forever, 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 forever.
Shabbat Shalom.
Lion of Judah Society.
Most High, Rastafari, on the psaltery, playing on the 10th string, showing love and kindness until in I the brutish man would never know. Neither does the fool overstand his soul, cause Jah has made us triumph by the workings of our hands. Work and deep thought gives us purpose and a plan. Sembet Selam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for the days of rest, yeah, inside your home. Sembet Selam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for the days of rest, yeah, inside your home. See when the wicked grow like the grass, workers of the iniquity hate your righteous path. Rastafari scatter them like sand amidst the shore. Enemies perish cause there's a time forevermore. But my heart shall raise up like the horn of Africa. See, I will be anointed with fresh oil, with fresh oil. Sembet Selam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for the days of rest, yeah, inside your home and still. Sembet Selam, Shabbat Shalom, a song for the days of rest, yeah, inside your home. Love me down, cause this at the time people get caught in a dissonant mind. Listen behind, Babylon come with a different design, and still it's all the same. Better relax, sit and recline. His Majesty said unity and only Jah know. See enough of them are the sick and the blind. You consider divine. In a place which get them all, we call we high and I go sure. You find your bliss in a life. Your face look different this time. You find petition and prayer, balance with spiritual light. Rasta are Israelite, where Babylon feel like trying to cut the branch. Please let it grow. The root of David, he could only be so. Got to take it easy, please take it slow. That's why I say, Sembet Selam, Shabbat Shalom.
Senbet Salam. Senbet Salam. Senbet Salam. Senbet Salam. Sabbath peace. Sabbath safety. Senbet peace. Rest safely. Rest. The true rest and peace is in Christos and in Him. Salam.
The poor and needy. Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. The poor and needy. Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. The heart of her husband doth safely trust in her, so that he shall have no need of spoil. She will do him good and not evil all the days of her life. She seeketh wool and flax, and worketh willingly with her hands. She is like the merchant's ships. She bringeth her food from afar. She riseth also while it is yet night, and giveth meat to her household, and a portion to her maidens. She considereth the field, and buyeth it. With the fruit of her hands she planteth the vineyard. She girdeth her loins with strength, and strengtheneth her arms. She perceiveth that her merchandise is good. Her candle goeth not out by night. She layeth her hands to the spindle, and her hands hold the distaff. She stretcheth out her hand to the poor, yea, she reacheth forth her hands to the needy. She is not afraid of the snow for her household, for all her household are clothed with scarlet. She maketh herself coverings of tapestry, her clothing is silk and purple. Her husband is known in the gates when he sitteth among the elders of the land. She maketh fine linen, and selleth it, and delivereth girdles unto the merchant. Strength and honor are her clothing, and she shall rejoice in time to come. She openeth her mouth with wisdom, and in her tongue is the law of kindness. She looketh well to the ways of her household, and eateth not the bread of idleness. Her children arise up, and call her blessed. Her husband also, and he praiseth. Many daughters have done virtuously, but thou excellest them all. Favor is deceitful, and beauty is vain. But a woman that feareth the Lord, she shall be praised. Give her of the fruit of her hands, and let her own works praise her in the gates. The end of the Proverbs. Who can find a virtuous woman? Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. Who can find a virtuous woman? Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. The heart of her husband doth safely trust in her, so that he shall have no need of spoil. Who can find a virtuous woman? Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. Who can find a virtuous woman? Who can find a virtuous
Lion of Judah Society.
Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. Who can find a virtuous woman? Who can find a 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 virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies.
Shabbat Shalom, Senbet Salam, y'all. Born African.
to my God and King. Glory be to the Supreme Being, Rastafari, the Anointed One. Haile Selassie rules from Zion. Glory be to my God and King. Glory be to the Supreme Being, Rastafari, the Anointed One. Haile Selassie rules from Zion. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Don't you worry of people's politics. Don't you worry of the preacher man's liars. For you and me, we are imperfect. Jah alone is the one I salute. Him alone is the one you should serve. Him alone is the one you should praise. Him alone, defender of the faith. Him alone stands for the truth. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Sometimes you feel hopeless. I know sometimes you feel helpless. Don't you give up, trust in the Father. For the Father is the provider. I know sometimes you feel hopeless. I know sometimes you feel helpless. Don't you give up, trust in the Father. For the Father is the provider. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever
freedom and make the true liberty bell song in the western. Africans beat the kettle, bang up the conga drum, ringing out, come out of Aja people, come. Some depend the Indian reservation, some will go on to repatriation, some will claim the land of Canaan, and of the slave driver them be a possession. Oh, oh. Set the flame and let them go. The flame. Set 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 the flame. Whenever we feel the flame, the angels set the flame. The angels set the flame. Whenever we complain, whenever we feel the flame, the angels set the flame. The angels set the flame. Whenever we complain, set the flame. 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 Whenever we feel the flame.
Yes, yes, yes. Shabbat Shalom. Set the flame. Set the flame. Shabbat Shalom. Sembet Salam. Right here, here, here. I'm Yaden, and here, Shabbat Eve. The Shabbat Eve. Here we're at the 38th sabbatical study, Shabbat Strong. Here we have Korah. Shabbat Korah. Here we have so much going on here, but there's a lot of mixed up moods and attitudes and rebellions and missed opportunities here in the wilderness. Here in the fourth book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that's known as Bamidbar. Now here we also have today's daily psalm. Today's daily psalm, we have Psalm 108, according to the royal order of the Hebrew Ethiopians. Ethiopian Hebrews right here. Thanksgiving and prayer. Torah. Somebody say Torah, but actually in biblical Hebrew, Torah, the Torah, and tefillah. Right here. We have Psalm 108. Let's cue this up right here. Now, for this Torah reading and feeding, there's some very interesting things happening here in the fourth book. There's a lot of lessons that we can learn. It says the scripture was written for our admonition, upon whom the ends of the world, or some interpret that as the ends of the age, have come. In other words, that ancient wisdom we can learn. It says a fool, even a fool can learn from his own mistakes, his or her, but here we say his, right? Even a fool can learn from his own mistakes, right? But a wise man, a wise person, a person seeking wisdom, would learn and can learn from the mistakes of others. So right here, using that as a kind of a word of wisdom here in this Torah portion, reading and feeding. Here we're at the 38th sabbatical study for the Shabbat Strong. So far in the book of Numbers, there's a numbering, a counting of the two sets of hosts. There is the host, or the tzava of the rank and file Israelites, to be like the warriors and the stormtroopers, but they basically kind of vonk out. In other words, they basically fail. In the previous Torah portion, 37, Shalach Lekah, send for yourself. After the spies went in, 12 went in, 10 brought back. Deba. The scripture defines as an evil report. Right, and this evil report, it discouraged that whole generation. Interesting how, like, we as people, even social media, certain things that go out there as rumors or, belief or make believe, and we are made to believe that, and we could miss an opportunity, right? And this is this is what happens according to the narrative here. in these here Torah readings and feedings. So the 37th sabbatical study, here we're at the 38th. So the 38th, we have this Torah portion is named after an individual. And this individual's name is Korah. Korah. Them crazy bald head. Now, we explain why he's a bald head, but just this little excerpt here.
Now they that died in the plague were 14,700, beside them that died about the matter of Korah. And Aaron returned unto Moses unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the plague was stayed.
Every knee shall bow, and every tongue confess.
So right here, Korah, Korah. Korah. He was the name of a prominent Levite, here in the narrative. Korah or Korach. It means ice cold, and also it has a figurative sense of bald. Ice, cold, and bald. So we call him crazy bald head. Not because literally he was bald head, but because of what the meaning of the root word korach. It means like to be like cold, almost like when the season change, and when the seasons change, we see the leaves falling off the trees. Crops can't really grow in the wintertime in that coldness, right? And therefore the fields, like the leaves on trees, will be bald. So it's that sense of baldness. Another way of articulating it, is like unproductive, right? Korah, cold, ice, and also bald, like bald of crops. Like in wintertime, the fields are bald of crops. In wintertime, the trees are bald of leaves. It's that sense of Korah. So here we have Korah, right? This is the name of a prominent Levite, right? And it's also the name of the 38th reading, Torah reading and feeding here for this Shabua from HaTorah, from some will say the Law of Moses, but the Pentateuch, the 5 volumes, the first 5 books of the Bible, known as the Torah, right? Now, it comes from the first verse of this Torah reading and feeding for this Shabua this week, the Strong, that says in most translations, now Korah, the son of Izhar, ... took. Now the KJV in Numbers chapter 16, verse 1, it says took, and then you have an italicization meant. Now we went through this in the previous Torah read, previous podcast, went through the detail of that it's not really took men. When you see the italics in the King James Version, that is often put there for the translator to kind of bring out the sense to the English reader. But the more better idea is that Korah, he took action, by gathering to himself, Datan, Abiram, and On. And if anybody can tell me what happened to On, right? What happened to On, son of Pelet? Right? We don't see a judgment on him, although he was there in the beginning of this conspiracy, this rebellion. So this Torah reading and feeding here, Korah, picking up with Numbers chapter 16, it tells the story or relates the narrative of how Korah led an unsuccessful rebellion, but enough ones died, right? But an unsuccessful rebellion against Moshe and Aharon, against the duly appointed leadership in Moshe and the duly anointed leadership in Aharon, the high priest. Now, after thwarting or upsetting this insurrection or rebellion, now remember that in Hebrew, the sense of like rebels, I think calls them B'nai Meri, right? B'nai Meri, because like Mara means like be bitter, like something bitter. From that we get more like myrrh. Myrrh is bitter, right? But then there's the figurative sense of the word that also links with rebellion. So you sons of bitterness, it calls them sons of bitterness, right? So it's interesting at how the embitterness that really continues from the previous Torah reading and feeding, the 37th sabbatical study, Shalach Lekah, where we get the judgment, right, on the 10 spies, the 10 of the 12 spies that brought back an evil report, and according to the scripts, a slander of the land. Not the slander of the people, whatnot, but a slander of the land. What Yahweh was most, you could say, most upset with and disappointed this 10th time. And we're also told that there was 10 times that they tempted, right? Yes, they tempt. I know some will go to James in the New Testament and say, well, if God doesn't tempt, he can't be tempted. You're not reading that with comprehension. You're reading it, you read well, but if you come to that conclusion, you don't comprehend well, right? Basically, what James says is that Elohim, the true good, the true God, the God and Father, our Lord and Savior, Yeshua HaMashiach, cannot be tempted with evil, and he does not tempt or test or try one to prove one with evil. No, that's for Satan, that's not for the advocate, that's for the prosecutor. But right here, right, we have the narrative that after the thwarting of this insurrection, I was thinking about that because of bitterness, because when we continue from the previous Torah reading and feeding, we find out that they were bitter. They were very embittered, you know what I mean, at Moses and at Aaron, you know what I mean, they were very embittered at Yahweh, right? And then here it kind of continues. So from chapter 11, when you look at the overview of Numbers, it's like everything is basically in good order, right? The first 10 chapters, because Yahweh giving instruction for the camp, for the division of the camp between the 12 tribes, you know what I mean, the rank and file Israelites, and then between the Levites, right? And then among the Levites, we have the priests. So we have the three classes, right, or the three kind of orders of the nation, this new nation. But we also have the birth of a nation when the Hebrews and the Beit Yisrael, the house of Israel, come out, the Bnei Yisrael come out of Mitzrayim, and then they come into a covenant. So this covenant, right, as distinct from the Abrahamic covenant, right, is a nation, a nation and a holy priesthood, a sovereignty of the priesthood, a kingdom of the priesthood, and a set apart nation covenant, right? So we can call the Exodus of the children of Yisrael, the Bnei Yisrael, it leads to this birth of the nation. And so as we're studying the Torah, right, even here in this fourth book, we can see the order, this numbering, this accounting, and this order. So there's a beautiful order. Let all things be done decently and in order, right? And as we read through the first 10 chapters, that's basically what we see. But then at chapter 11, like among the Gentiles, they call it chapter 11 bankruptcy. We can see the Exodus generation's bankruptcy. What's the principle? What's the moral right here? The moral is that those who he brought out, right? He brought them out of Mitzrayim, that he brought them out, he didn't bring them in. Right? Remember what it says in the New Covenant, the Brit Chadash, it says all these things were written, right? Especially here in Torah and then from the past, right? For our admonition, for us to learn, right? From the mistakes of the past. Like we said, any fool, right? Any fool could or can or should learn from their own mistakes, but a wise person can learn from the mistakes of others. So this is what we study right here. So after the thwarting of this insurrection that was based on the embitteredness, how bitterness, almost like bitterness untreated, can lead to rebellion. Yahweh, he confirms, right, after the insurrection and after those 14,000 plus had died, Yahweh here, he confirms Aharon, Aaron, in the kahuna, right, in the priesthood, right, and provides additional legislation, guidance, instruction regarding the priestly and the Levitical privileges and responsibilities. Now, we had mentioned about the threefold, right, the three, say, classes. So Israel as a whole, as a nation, we have the rank and file Israelites, we could say the 12 tribes. We have the Levites separated, right? Separated. They're not of the same host. You see what I'm saying? This is why it says Yahweh's Sabaoth related to Israel, is that we have the hosts of the fighting men from the 12 tribes, and then we also have the Levites, right? And the third, right, we have the priests. So all of the priests, the Kohanim, they are Lewim, they are Levites, but not all of the Levites are priests. So we were to put things into order, right? We will have at the very heart, the priest. Remember, Yahweh said the whole tribe of Levi, he has, separated out from the children of Israel, the 12 tribes. But then from the tribe of Levi, right, he has separated out the sons of Aaron and his sons for that role of the, I can say, the role of Messiah, Moshiach, and the role of the Messiahites. In the New Testament sense, the role of Christ. The Christ basically is a Greek word that means Moshiach, and Messiah is anointed, right? And this is what we have here, the principles here, right, of the anointed, right? So to better understand Christ, right, Yeshua HaMoshiach, in the new covenant sense, one needs to really understand correctly, right, the Messiah, right, and the role of Messiah. So when we say something like Aaron was the Christ, the Hebrew Christ in the camp, and his sons were the Christians, some people will get it confused because that means they don't understand the Brit Hadasha, the gospel properly, right? But we'll go over that again. We have the priests, right? Then we have the Levites, and then we have the Israelites, right? So either one is from the 12 rank and file Israelites, 12 tribes, right? Right? Or one is of the tribe of Levi, right? Those who are the servants of the holy place in the sanctuary. And then we have the priests, right? Who are the ones who officiate in the holy things, the altar and the holy service, right? The Levites assist the Kohanim, right? The anointed high priest and his sons, right? So need to reason on the anointing. Now, here, check this out. This is part of the portion commentary. I think we missed going through about 2 portion commentaries, I think 37 and 36. Hopefully we'll have a chance to go over them because we have a continuing, it's like an episode. This is like the next episode, right? So you can just come in on this episode and say, wow, this is wild what's happening. All this and that is going on. But if you remember or see the previous episode, they'll put it in context, right? So here we're at this 38th sabbatical study, Korah. One of the thoughts, here's the portion commentary, right, on the 2 wives. The 2 wives. What about the 2 wives? Thought for the Shabua right here. There's a proverb that says, woe to the wicked and woe to his neighbor. You ever heard that before? Woe to the wicked, the ratchet, and woe to his neighbor. Now this applies to Datan and Abiram in this narrative here, Numbers chapter 16, right? The neighbors of Korah. They were the neighbors of Korah. They were neighbors, right? Datan and Abiram, they were neighbors with a contentious man. I think there's a proverb that speaks about that. Like, make no friendship, you know what I mean, with a contentious man, right? They were neighbors with a contentious man. That is why they were punished with him and were swept away from the world. Now, this is according to a reasonment, an ancient reasonment. It's called Numbers Rabbah, right? 17 and 5. After we go through the Torah reading and feeding, we'll sit down, we'll reason, we'll chop it up. What do you think about this? Like, what's, like some things we might not understand. So, come, make a reason. So from the reasoning of the sages before, this reasonment is brought out here for this Torah portion right here. Woe to the wicked and woe to his neighbor. Woe to his neighbor, right? Now, the contentious part here, right? A little bit on the commentary. And then we'll segue to today's daily psalm, right? Contention against leadership is contagious, right? It's outrageous, but it's contagious. The rebellion of Korah, right? Contention against leadership is contagious, right? And contentious people, they work hard, right? To convince their companions, their neighbors, right? To join their cause. Korah's initial grievances, right? Or his bitternesses, right? Grievances against Moshe, the appointed leadership, and Aaron, Aharon, the anointed, right? Priest, right? And priesthood had nothing to do with the Reubenites. So when you read in Numbers chapter 16, the beginning of this Torah portion, reading and feeding, it speaks about how Korah, now Korah, and this explains how he's a Levite, his descent from Levi, the patriarch Levi, right? And then it then explains Datan and Abiram and On, and explains how Datan and Abiram, they were brothers. They were both sons of a man named Eliab, right? And On, right, was the son of Pelet, and that all of them, they were sons, right, of Reuben. In other words, Datan, Abiram, brothers, right, and On, right? They all had in common that they were of the tribe of Reuben, but Datan and Abiram, they were brothers, right? So it explains how this whole rebellion, like kicked off. It kicked off based on Korah, on Korah, right? Korah. They say one fool make many, right? Well, it began off with Korah, right? Them crazy, right? So his contention didn't have nothing in the world to do, right, with the Reubenites. Right? So how does this Levite, who's in a high position, he's in a prominent position among the Levites? Remember that Korah, he was the a Kohathite. The Kohathites, they are the ones who had charge over all the holy items, including the Ark of the Covenant. You know what I mean? So he's like in a high position, right, amongst Israel, but especially among the Levites. Right? But that wasn't good enough for him. Somehow he managed, right, to get the Reubenites, Datan, Abiram, these brothers, and On. But On seems to have stepped away somewhere along the way. We hear about On in the beginning. You know what I mean? It's like somebody files a case or a suit against somebody, and they list all these people, right? And everybody on that list, except for them, like go to jail or gets punished, and you have to ask, well, what happened to that guy? Was the charges dropped against him, or did he drop himself away from Korah, Datan, and Abiram? Be that as it may, it's an interesting reasoning. But the contention that Korah had, his grievance, it had nothing to do with the Reubenites. But through frequent conversation, over and over again, and subtle manipulation of ideas, Korah was able to draw his neighbors into this sedition. Right? You remember Korah, he was a Levite. Then he had Datan and Abiram, and initially On, who were Reubenites. And then it mentions that he had 250 men of Yisrael, of the Bnei Yisrael, which infers that they wasn't just of one tribe, but they were from various tribes of Yisrael. We had 250 of them that also joined with him. So you have to think, when they step to Moses, when they face off, they go, they step to Moses, right? They face off with Moses. They fly in the face of Moses. Like there's 250 plus of them. Gang, bang, bang. You know what I'm saying? And it's just Moses and Aaron, right? So he drew in his neighbors, and no doubt they were influential. The scripture tells us that these who were part of this rebellion wasn't just regular. They were men of name. When their name dropped, people know who they were. You know what I mean? They were princes, men of renown. Right? So Korah, the son of Izhar. Now, we also have On, right, in the first verse, the son of Pelet, right? The son of Pelet. And this Torah portion, some say because the first chapter and pedigree, they derive a doctrine. There's a doctrine that some derive from Numbers chapter 1, right? That you are what your father is, right? And you could be, of course, genetically you're a descendant of your seed of your father. We know that. But what the Torah portion here teaches us is that you're not necessarily what your father is, because Korah, right, was wicked, right? Korah got punished and judged, right? Datan was wicked, Abiram, and their families got judged with them. But the sons of Korah, they survived. So that means that they did not go along with their father. They did not kind of co-sign, as in the previous psalm, it says, and their posterity approve of their sayings. It's obvious that the posterity, speaking about the sons of Korah, did not approve what their father was doing, because they were spared. And later on, those sons would become great Levitical choirsters, like we have in the Psalms, in the various Psalms, songs of Korah, right? So that idea that you are what your father is, right, does not ring true, right? Because see, numbers is basically saying that if you're of these tribes, right, then therefore 20 years old and upward, and you're able to go out to war, right? That was what the numbering was there for. But in the previous Torah reading and feeding, the 37th, those men of war got scared. They believed, they made believe and make believe the lie, and they were ready to go back to Egypt. They rebelled, and the Lord Yahweh was going to destroy them. And Moses, he plea bargained for them. But what they say, no good deed goes unpunished. And even though he plea bargained for them not to get destroyed, these are the same ones that keep rebelling and becoming embittered. You see what I'm saying? From the previous Torah portion. So basically, in the previous Torah portion, we can X out those who are numbered in the beginning. See, when you're reading it, right, it sounds nice. Oh, these are the warriors. They're going to go into the land of Canaan. You know, each one according to the house of their fathers, You are what your father is, or house of your father. Yeah. But you know what? That way doesn't matter in the previous Torah portion, because they were scared. When they saw, they were men of war, right? They were all dressed up in their warrior outfits and everything. But when they spied out the land, the Afro-Canaanite land, they said, Africa? Right? They started to blaspheme the land, and the Lord wanted to destroy them. Right? Moses, right? And Aaron, right? But especially Moses, he plea bargains for them. Right? And that's where we start to see these rebellions beginning. That's when the rolling rebellions start to begin. From chapter 11, right? Here we're at chapter 16, right? But let's read a little bit of this right here. 3 chief Reubenites. There are 3 chief Reubenites. Now remember, Reuben was the firstborn. But then Reuben had lost his place too, right? Didn't he? Went from Reuben, right? Simeon and Levi, right? And then to Yehuda. So there were 3 chief Reubenites joined with Korah in his rebellion against Moshe. Who were they? Datan, Abiram, and On. Datan and Abiram, they met a very tragic, sad, and grim fate for their part in the rebellion. But On was apparently speared. All right. Now, there's an ancient teaching that tells that, you know, it tries to explain this narrative here, why we don't find a judgment against On, right? It explained that how the rebellion started and how it was that On was speared from judgment. This is found in Sanhedrin 109b to 110a, just to share this. Because otherwise, when we're reading Torah reading and feeding, we say, well, there's 3 of them, right? Korah joined with Datan, Abiram, and this guy named On. And then we see all of them get their judgment, right? But then we don't hear another peep out of On. And then we have to ask ourselves, well, what happened to On? On went on with himself. He went on with himself. No, but according to the narrative, Korah's rebellion began at his wife's instigation, right? Instigation, right? Instigation, right? Again, Korah's rebellion is said to have begun, right, at his wife's instigation. Now, see, we had played this Shabbat Eve. We played the reading, right, from Proverbs chapter 31, verse 10 to the end of the chapter, right? The virtuous woman, the Eshet Chayil, the good woman or the virtuous woman. You know what I mean? And it's an important read often in Torah observing communities. It's said by the man of the house. You know what I mean? As we have the woman, the honorable woman of the house, you know, with the lighting of the lights beginning the Shabbat sup, right? In that Sabbath sup, right, on the Shabbat Eve, the man of the house, often according to trodden tradition, would raise the sound, read out, right, and chant Proverbs chapter 31, right, verses 10, right, to the fullness of the chapter, you know, which speaks of the virtuous woman or the strong woman. Yeah, we're showing the Aishans there, you know, because there's this whole rebellion that happens, you know. They want to burn the Aishans, you know what I mean? But only, you know, the anointed, appointed priest could burn the Aishans. So we can get to understand what was involved in that law, that Torah, the regulations from Sinai, you know, in order to kind of compare that and contrast that with the Brit Chadasha, right? The Aaronic, right, priesthood, where Aaron was the anointed, and the Brit Chadasha, where Yeshua is the Kohen Gadol, right? And he, right, is that royal priesthood, right? But The rebellion was said to have begun with Korah at his wife's instigation. It is said that she resented Moshe for assigning her Levite husband the lowly status of servant. She was jealous of the wives of Aaron's household, who were married to prestigious priests. So she began to subtly undermine her husband's loyalty to Moshe and Aharon. It is said that she would nag at him, saying, see what Moses has done? He has named himself king and appointed his brother as Kohen Gadol, as high priest. And his nephews are Kohanim, are priests. He orders everyone to set aside portions for the priests, for the Kohanim. Now, here, what this is bringing out is, we're going through the Torah reading and feeding to what Moshe, Yahweh speaks to Moshe, Moshe speaks to Aaron, Moshe speaks to the Levite, Moshe speaks to the Israelites, and he's given various instructions, right? But now, what we don't really see is, what is the response to these instructions? Now, we might read this and say, wow, look, the Lord is saying to Moses this, and this, and this, and this. But what we often don't consider is, what was it before that? Right? See, before that, any Israelite who's like a firstborn son, especially, or the man of the house, he could act as the priest. He could burn the incense, he could offer the prayers, do the slaughtering, the sacrifice for like the sacrificial slaughter. I'm not talking like, of course, one could slaughter for food, but that was different than, slaughtering for a burnt offering. In other words, in the patriarchs' time, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, they also were patriarchs, but they also were priests, right? Because they offered those offerings on behalf of their families. They burned the incense, they offer the olot, all of that. But now, after they come out of Mitzrayim, after they come out of Egypt, the Torah, it regulates the moral, right? It regulates the how should we call it, the really just, not religious, but the holy, aspects, the religious, for lack of a better word, aspects, right? And it also regulates social aspects, right? We get certain social aspects, right? Along with judgments, for violations, or judgments for regulation, right? And before this, they were free. See, before they accepted the covenant, right, they were free, to do what they were doing, Notice that when Yahweh brought the Israelites out, he didn't say, like, repent from your sins, stop sinning, and then I'll bring you out. If you stop sinning, I'm going to bring you out. We don't find that nowhere in the Exodus narrative, right? He basically brings them out because of what Yahweh had promised to the patriarchs, Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, to the Hebrew trinity of the patriarchal trinity of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He says that's why he's doing it, because he gave his word to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So notice that when the Israelites exited out of Egypt, it's not like, well, you got to like stop sinning, stop doing this, stop. It don't even say stop worshiping any idols or whatever. We don't know what they was doing, but of course they must have been doing something, because when Moses doesn't come down fast enough, they already go into a kind of a Mitzrayim-like worship with the molten calf and all of this and that. You know what I'm saying? But the wife of Korah, according to the ancient teaching right here, where it says that she was jealous and she began to, she resented Moses and what she began to say. This also tells us what many of the Israelites no doubt were thinking. Like, wait, hold on for a moment. You mean if I want to sacrifice, right, I can't just go sacrifice as my forefather used to do. You know what I mean? I mean, look what Abraham did. He built the altar, and there was a grove. There was a grove right next to the altar. But according to the covenant at Sinai in the Torah, wherever there cannot be a grove near an altar. Back in the times of the patriarchs, even Jacob, didn't he build a pillar like an obelisk, a stela? He built a stela, right? Poured oil on it. And he said the stela is the house of Yahweh. But under the Torah at Sinai, those things would not be permissive. Right? So there were some things in patriarchal times, some things that they were able to do that in the covenant from Sinai forward, they would not be able to do, especially do without the consequence of judgment and punishment. Right? So the wife of Korah, according to the ancient Judaic reasoning and teaching, is a kind of an example, right, of what no doubt many Israelites, especially many of these who are rebelling. I mean, notice something. These guys are rebelling over and over again. After, Korah, Dathan, Abiram get their judgments, after the 250 men get their judgment for presuming to burn the Aishans, you know what I mean, to be holy, that they really are holy and burn the Aishans, they get to go down, they get to get burned, and the other ones get to go down. Right? But after all of that, the next day, the people rebel even further. They say to Moses and Aaron that y'all have killed the people of Yahweh. Now, here's what we had to begin to read with some comprehension and think. Now, when it says that Moses was one that Yahweh spoke to, even as a man speak to his friend face to face, right? Sometimes Yahweh might reveal himself in dreams or visions, but with Moses, it was kind of more direct communication. You know what I'm saying? So when we're reading in the narrative, it says Yahweh spoke to Moshe, right? It doesn't necessarily mean everybody else heard it. You check what I'm saying, where I'm getting to? Because otherwise, it's kind of the most strangest thing that, Yahweh is telling Moses this, and Moses is then telling the people that. They hear Moses speaking, right? Remember, Yahweh said that when he do communicate, he would communicate, right, in the tent, in the tabernacle, from above the mercy seat and between the two cherubim. He says, there I will speak, there I will communicate with you. And notice, everybody wasn't able just to go in, right? Go in there. In fact, we know that most of the Israelites couldn't really stand Yahweh's voice. How do we know this? We know this from Exodus chapter 20. After he just said 10 words, right? He said 10 words to them, right? The Asaret HaDebarim, not 10 commands. It's all one commandment, right? But it was 10 words, 10 articles, right? 10 words. What the people said? The people said, don't let Elohim speak to us no more lest we die. They said, Moshe, let him speak to you. Let Elohim speak to you, and then you speak to us, and it'll be well. But if we continue to hear Elohim, God, right, speak to us, we will die. So that means that later on, when we're reading in the narrative, the only place that the Israelites, according to what is written, the only place that the Israelites heard Yahweh's voice, as Moshe, no doubt, was used to hearing Yahweh's voice, you know what I mean? He had that sort of relationship, but the only place that they heard Yahweh's voice was in Exodus chapter 20. And in Exodus chapter 20, it tells us after the 10 words that they thought that by Yahweh's voice was killing them, basically, because they said, if we hear his voice anymore, we will die. Now, I began to think that maybe it's, just hearing God's voice, the thunder, the lightning, and everything. But then the Holy Spirit began to then show me, like, no, what was Yahweh speaking? He was speaking those 10 words. And what do those 10 words say? Whatever the 10 words say, it wasn't something that they must have been used to in Mitzrayim. You know what I mean? Those 10 words there. You know what I mean? Not coveting, not lying, not stealing, not adulterating, committing adultery. All these things. Oh my goodness, this is what God wants of us. Moses, we can hear it from you. You put it in a way that we can hear it. So Moses became the mediator. That means that even in the narrative, it's possible, right, to now better understand why the people react this way, because they don't really hear Yahweh's voice. They see the cloud, they see the fire, they see certain things that are seen. They saw the people get burned, they saw the ground open up, they saw Moshe and Aaron praying, right? But that communion that Yahweh has with Moshe and Aaron, they don't get it, because they asked back in Exodus chapter 20 not to hear his voice no more. Just want you to understand that. So when we hear about the wife of Korah, how she resented Moses for assigning her Levite husband, Korah, a lowly status of a servant, how she was jealous of the wives of Aaron's household. Why? They were married to prestigious priests, right? Remember, a Levite, right? All are Levites, right? The Levites and the priests, but not all of the Levites are priests. The only priests are those who are sons, right, of Aaron. So she began to subtly undermine her husband's loyalty, right, towards Moses and Aaron. And it said that she would nag at him, saying, "See, look what Moses has done, right? He has made himself king and appointed his brother as high priest and his nephews as priests. He orders everyone to set aside portions for the priests." In other words, the priests are getting paid for their service, and we, as regular, all of us, right? Even the Levites really could not offer, right? If the Levites were not a priest, they could bring their offering, but it had to go through the priest. Any Israelite that wanted to offer offering, it had to go through the priest, right? Any portion, how would the Levites survive, especially the priests, based on what was offered? And all of this was Torah. All this was a part of the covenant. So you can tell that a lot of people probably were like, embittered, getting bitter and with rumors spreading, you know what I mean? The wilderness becomes the wild outness, the wilderness. Every day when Korah came back from the assembly, because he's a Levite, he was serving in the tabernacle, right? His wife asked him what Moses had said. And it is said that she would ridicule his teachings. For example, when Korah told her, "Moses taught us to attach threads of blue to the tassels at the four corners of our garments," it is said that she retorted, "Moshe is not hearing from Elohim. He is just making things up. Go ask Moshe if you need to attach blue threads to a garment that is completely made of blue fabric." She thought she was smart. She was clever, right? She's clever, right? But she went down, down, down too. She constantly criticized Moshe and Aaron and the commandments and the Torah, the direction. Can't you see that Moshe is making a fool of you and the other Levites? She would ask. When Korah finally decided, to raise a rebellion. Perhaps what was too much was what had happened in the previous Torah portion. You know what I mean? He thought it was his own initiative, right? However, it was really his wife that had planted the ideas in his head, right? Now, what's interesting is that when we read Proverbs, right, it tells us about, the good man type of man and the bad kind of man. It tells about the good woman and the bad woman, and also tells about the virtuous woman, right? When we read that and understand that, we can see how this narrative is pointing, right, if not to a fact, right, a fact of circumstances, a fact of principle. Check. The wife of On. What about the wife of On? So here we got to contrast Korah, who led it off, and On. Remember, we have On in Numbers chapter 16, verse 1. It says On, the son of Pelet. But you go through the whole chapter, you don't hear nothing about On. On must have lived after that. But On must have separated himself from that rebellion. Why? It says in the scripture that a good woman comes to belong to a good man. It does say that. What I mean? And the bad woman comes to belong to a bad man. I know when we think about that, we might start to look around, but no, look within, right? And ask Father to show light. The wife of On, the Reubenite, was just the opposite of the wife of Korah, the Levite. When she found out that her husband had joined Korah's insurrection against Moshe and Aaron, what did she do? The wife of On. She took him aside and asked, "Lama zeh? Why this? Lama zeh? Why are you getting involved with these Lewim ha'ele? Right? What business is it of yours? Anta, ata, right? You are a Talmud. You are a disciple. You are a Talmud of Robenu Moshe, of Moses, right? If Korah deposes him, you will be a student, a Talmud of Korah. How does that improve your situation? As it is, you have gotten yourself into matters in that you should not be involved. Now, her husband owned the Reubenite, right, the son of Pelet. Well, he explained that he had been kind of swept away with Korah's rhetoric. He said, Korah, I was listening to him, man, and he was making some points there. His rhetoric was tight, right? And he had taken a vow. He had vowed to join him in a rebellion, right, the next morning, or, coming very soon, like the next morning. Do as I say, she said. Do as I say, and I will get you out of your vow. Right? So she fed him a rich meal. She cooked him up something good, the wife of On, right? And she gave him plenty of wine. Right? She got him drunk so that what happened? Because she knew the rebellion was going to happen the next morning. So On, he overslept. Right? When Korah's men came looking for him, she sat in the doorway of the tent. Now the dudes want to get their homie, but you're not gonna trespass. You know what I mean? Or violate the door, right? And the woman in the doorway of the tent, right? Now she was there brushing her hair, some say, and she did not let them into the tent to wake him. So her husband, it is said, he missed the entire affair without intentionally, right, breaking his vow. When he recognized his wife was correct, he's like, yo, I got to get out of this, but I gave my word. Right? And she said, you know what? Just relax. Let me fix you something. I'm going to fix you something. You know what I mean? Now, the story and this narrative here, reasoning on this Torah reading, because there are questions as we read through, right, that the casual reader might not have even thought, right? But there's questions, right, that when we find them and we start to say, well, how is that so? How could the Lord just speak to Moses, tell him that Moses speaks to the people, then later on the people think that Moses and Aaron is doing this of themselves? Then we recognize it's because they don't hear Yah. They did not want to hear you. When they heard Yah, they were terrified. They said, lest we die. The more we hear Yah, the more we hear Elohim, we die. Right? And I think it's something about their conscience, what Elohim was saying. You know what I mean? Like you may love someone, but you don't want to hear them speak the truth. The narrative is just, right, of course, a Haggadah. It's like a folk tale. It's like a reasoning, right, on it. But when you think about it, you say, wait, we can't explain from the Torah what happened to On. Well, there's no judgment on On, which the logic dictates. The Torah logic dictates that On was not, destroyed in that. And somehow On, who was a part of it in the beginning, somehow got out of it. How did he get out of it? Right? Well, Proverbs teach us, about the virtuous woman. Now, the story, as we said, is just, a Hebrew folk tale. But it has an important lesson about how we influencers, how we influence our spouses, right? And how we allow them to influence us. That's why the proverb said that a good woman comes to belong to a good man. All right. I mean, it's interesting, ain't it? All right. Proverbs 14:1, it says, the wise woman builds her house. What? The wise woman she's a house builder? Understand the context, understand the spirit of the Hebrew. Yeah, the man, he'll build up the place, but she really builds the house or the home, right? But the foolish what? The foolish Isha, the foolish woman, she tears it down for her own hands. Hands symbolize power, work, what you do, your doings, right? According to the ancient teaching, the wise woman is like the wife of On, right? According to ancient teachings, the foolish woman is like the wife of Korah. Like, sometimes people say, well, why did Yahweh not just kill Korah? Right? Because many times, sometimes things are a family affair, right? If the man was going to rebel, you don't think that he would be talking to his wife, like she's laying in his bosom, right? He's laying in her bosom, right? He's not going to be saying, yo, like this Moses, right? And like if the wife knows that she's righteous and the husband is seeking to be righteous, but he's being convinced of unrighteousness. What would a righteous woman do? Is she going to keep silent? Or is she going to say something? Is the foolish woman going to encourage her foolish husband and his foolish action? Well, of course. That's why they say birds of a feather, right? But anyway, right here, right? This Torah portion here, Korah, right? So this is the Torah portion. We have Numbers chapter 16, verse 1 to chapter 18, verse 32. The prophet's reading, Haftarah reading. Hey, let's do this right here so you can see the full screen, right? We have First Samuel, First Shemuel, Samuel chapter 11, verse 14, right, to chapter 12, verse 22. And from the Brit Chadash, New Covenant reading, we have the Epistle to the Romans, Romans chapter 13, the first 7 verses, 1 to 7. So Korah, right? So here, this is going into like, it's interesting. It's interesting right here, because even in the Ethiopic, right, we have it over here. This is interesting because Hebraically, you have to kind of go deep in the Hebrew roots, right? And Ethiopically, right, we have the same. They're both Afro-Semitic language, African, Afro-Semitic language. So, right? We have Qorah. Qorah mean to be cold or to fall, like the frost. Frost to be frosty. So we say Korah was frosty, right? He's very frosty. We have Qorah, right, in the Royal Amharic frost and hoarfrost, right? Qorah, right, frostbitten. Koral, waredabet. Koral, waredabet, like the cold came down, right? We also have in Ethiopic the word Korah, Korah, right? In Amharic, we have Kor, right? Or Kur, can be pronounced by some tribes as Kur, or Kor, which mean cold, right? Like alpine, the alpine zone, And then there's the expression Belelit. We say Laila Tov, good night in Hebrew, Laila, right? In Amharic, Leilit, Belelit, Kor, Bekena Haror. In the cold of the night, Belelit, Kor, and we have in the heat of day, Beken Haror, right? Then we have Kero, audacious, right? Audacious. So just breaking down some of this word right here, even as it links even with a notable of the Oromo tribe, basically a more of a Hamitic tribe, right? The Oromo tribe, charged with the administration of a district inhabited by his fellow tribesmen, is called Koro, like a Abba Koro, one who's in that position, like Abba, Abba Koro. Now, we didn't even go into the whole Abba Bivens connection, with our bringing out an object lesson of a Korah, but we have Quir, right? As in Ras Quir is like a helmet, right? Also, it's related to the word Korah, right? To be cold, right? So that your head don't get heat. So you have a helmet, so your head remains cool. It don't get heat. If you understand the idea, when if you get hit, usually like a hit, a wound. If you notice, if you ever got hit, it always develops this heat. You notice that, right? We have Quaro, right? Large-headed fish, and Qorah, a raven. Just bringing out some of these links right here. There's some of our slides for this Torah portion right here. Do you have any of the Hebrew here? Right. Let's see if there's any of the Hebrew. This is kind of going deep into the Royal Amharic right here. Right. Let's see. Okay, we have some of the Hebrew down here. So we have a couple of slides full right here. Right. So here we have Karach, right, to depilate or to make bald, right, to make bald. Karach, right, and we have Korach, as you can see right here, Korah, you see where it says ice, it's as if bald, right? If you think about ice, something ice covered, imagine the fields in wintertime, the same field that in summertime have fruit and crop, in wintertime, it has the ice. It's bald of fruit and crop. It's smooth, right? Also hail. By resemblance, is like the rock crystal. And then we have Korach. as we have in this Torah portion right here, Korah, right? Ice, Korah, also the name of two Edomites. There are two Edomites in the scripture who are named Korah, and there are three Israelites within the scriptures who is named Korah. But here, just a little bit here on this. Do we have another slide? No, that's a slide right here. This is from the LOJS, the Torah reading and feeding here for this Shabua right here. This week's Torah portion, reading and feeding. In the Hebrew, Korah. In the Royal Amharic, Qorei, Korah. Right? Interesting word right there. Right? Here we have this right here, the revolt of Korah, Datan, and Abiram. Right? The response for that. Okay, what just happened right there? Right? There we go. The revolt of Korah, Datan, and Abiram. Notice it don't say own. So there's still a question, right? What happened to On? What do you think happened to On? Numbers chapter 17:1, the budding of Aaron's rod, right? That was to be a sign used, right? So that this contending over position. They was contending over position. You know what I mean? The budding of Aaron's rod. Then we have Numbers chapter 18, the responsibility, right, of the priests, right, and the Levites. And then also in Numbers chapter 18, we have the priest portion. The priest portion. All of this is for this Torah reading and feeding for Korah, right? In the prophets reading, the Shemuel reading, right? Samuel chapter 11, Shaul, he defeats the Ammonites. He defeats the ones called the Ammonites. And in chapter 12, Shemuel, Samuel's farewell address. Samuel gives his parting and his farewell address. All right. Yeah, and the ground opens up. Yo, you notice how they say Africa? There's this rift developing in Africa. And of course, we know we have the Rift Valley. So you'll see some of the stills is pointing to that, because one will say, well, the earth just opening up like that. Well, look what's happening over there. Here for this Torah reading and feeding. Well, let's just give you the first words, and I'm going to segue, to 108. Yeah.
All right, sabbatical studies, and for this Shabbat strong, Korah, Hebrew first word. Shalom, Chaverim, shalom. Hebrew first words here for the 38th weekly Torah portion reading and feeding 99 annual Rastafari sabbatical studies. And for this Shabbat strong, Korah. Hebrew first words. Here we pick up with Numbers, the fourth book of Moses, the Hebrew book of Numbers, the Sefer Bamidbar, the cipher, the book in the wilderness. So we pick up with Numbers chapter 16, Chaverim. Hebrew first words here. Vayikach Korah, Bain Yitzhar, Bain Kehat, Bain Lewi, with Datan, with Abiram, Bnei Eliab, with On, Bain Pelet, Bnei Reuben. Now, Korah, Hebrew first words, Vayikach Korah. And Korah took, literally the Hebrew first words, and Korah took, and he took men. Now, Korah, the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, with Datan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and On, the son of Pelet, sons of Reuben, took men. Hebrew first words here for this 38th RSS, Rastafari sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong, this weekly Torah portion reading and feeding. Hebrew first words. Now, Korah, Vayikach Korah, Bain Yitzhar, Bain Kehat, Bain Lewi, with Datan, with Abiram,
B'nai Eliab, we're on. Bain Pelet, B'nai Reuben. Now Korah took men. Now Korah, why Yikach, Korah, 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 Korah.
Lion of Judah Society.
Ubain. Now Korah took men. Now Korah, why Yikach, Korah, 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 why Yikach, Korah, 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 Korah,
Shabbat Salam, Shabbat Shalom.
So right here, Psalm 108. 108 Psalm right here. Today's daily Psalm. Right here, 108, Shema Yisrael.
Psalm 108.
מזמור ק"ח שיר מזמור לדוד, 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 לדוד.
O God, my heart is fixed.
נכון ליבי אלוהים, אלוהים, אלוהים.
Psalm 108.
מזמור ק"ח שיר מזמור לדוד, 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 לדוד.
O God, my heart is fixed.
נכון ליבי אלוהים, 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 אלוהים.
I will sing and give praise even with my glory.
אשירה ואזמרה אף כבודי, אף כבודי, אף כבודי, אף כבודי, אף כבודי.
Awake, psaltery and harp. I myself will awake early. I will praise thee, O Lord, among the people, and I will sing praises unto thee among the nations. For thy mercy is great above the heavens, and thy truth reacheth unto the clouds. Be thou exalted, O God, above the heavens, and thy glory above all the earth, that thy beloved may be delivered. Save with thy right hand, and answer me. God hath spoken in his holiness. I will rejoice. I will divide Shechem, and mete out the valley of Succoth. Gilead is mine, Manasseh is mine. Ephraim also is the strength of mine head. Judah is my lawgiver. Moab is my washpot. Over Edom will I cast out my shoe. Over Philistia will I triumph. Who will bring me into the strong city? Who will lead me into Edom? Wilt not thou, O God, who hast cast us off? And wilt not thou, O God, go forth with our hosts? Give us help from trouble, for vain is the help of man. Through God we shall do valiantly. For he it is that shall tread down our and 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 tread down
Today's daily song, according to the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews and hereafter order of Malachi as Sedek, we have Thanksgiving and prayer. Now we have two extracts from earlier psalms, and today's daily psalms are the constituents of this psalm, this Mizmor. Verses we have here in today's daily psalm, we have verses 1 to 5 correspond with Mizmor Psalm 57, verses 7 to 11, and Psalm 60, verses 5 to 12, verses 5 to 12. Now, it seems clear that the selection and combination were made for use in the Kaddish, the liturgy, to meet a special circumstance. What it was cannot be determined, but it is generally held to have been the time, the Iowa, when the newly returned exiles were being menaced. And the newly returned exiles were being menaced. Now, in the commentary, the points of variation are noted in a further commentary, and the reader is referred to the original Psalms for the exposition. So today's daily psalm, according to the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, and here after the order of Melchizedek, we have Mizmor Of Chet, Psalm 108, and it's themed Thanksgiving and prayer. Elohim, the true good, the true God, is praised and supplicated to give victory. We have an ode, Asher Mizmor Le David, and an ode, a psalm, an ode of a psalm of David, of David. Now, since the two psalms, which are the source, are ascribed to David, his name is attached to the composition in its present form here. So the opening verses here, verses 1 to 5 or so, depends on if we're looking at the KJV, the English translation, or in the Hebrew, the Sefer Tehillim, verses 2 to 6, we have thanksgiving for Elohim's mercy. Thanksgiving for Elohim's mercy. Beginning off with the Nakon Libi Elohim. My heart is steadfast. Nakon Libi Elohim. My heart is steadfast. Ashira wa Zamra. I shall sing. Ashira, I shall sing wa Zamra, and I shall chant Isis, I shall sing praises. Af Kabodi, even Af Kabodi, even with my glory, is prepared. My heart is steadfast, is fixed, prepared my heart. Nakon Libi Elohim. Nakon Libi Elohim. My heart is prepared, steadfast, Elohim. Oh, true good, true God. Ashira wa Zamra Afa Kabodi. I shall sing and strum and chant Isis. Af Kavodi, even with my glory. Ura, 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 awake, ura, ura. Hanevel, hanevel, we kinor, awake, harp and lyre. Ura, hanevel, with kinor, awake, harp and lyre, or psaltery, the psaltery, and the harp, Aira, Shachar, Aira, Shachar, I shall awake, Aira, Shachar, I shall awake the dawn, I shall be awakened. Some interpret this here as I shall be awakened at dawn, Odeka, Ba, Amin. Why, Yahweh, why? It is America. Why is America? Why is America? Why? It is America, it's America, and I shall give thanks to the I, oh, he who he be among the peoples, and I shall sing to the I, what is America? I shall sing to the I, male. Balumim, to sing to the I among the nations, among the nationalities, shall sing to the I among the nations. Ki gadol me Allah. Shamayim, for your loving kindness is great above the heavens. Hasideka, and the I truth, the I's truth, the loving kindness, the truth with Ad shit Hakim Hakim to the skies. Miteka, and your truth reaches to the skies, for your loving kindness is great above the heavens. Ki gadol me'al shamayim hasideka we'adash hakim miteka, for your loving kindness, your mercy is great above the shamayim, the heavens, and your truth, miteka, the eyes, male truth, objective reality, reaches to the shehakim, reaches to the skies. Yes, I, Rastafari. Ruma, be exalted. Ruma, Allah. Shamayim Elohim Wa'al Kol Ha'aretza Kebodeka, be exalted, O Elohim, above the heavens, Shamayim, and your glory, Kebodeka, the eyes, male glory, above all the Aretz, above all the earth, above all the earthly plane. Lima'an, so that Lima'an, Yehalasun, that your beloved, that may be delivered, Yedideka, the eyes beloved may be delivered, Lima'an, Yehalasun, Yedideka, Hoshia, Nineka, Wa Eneni, save with your right hand and answer I. Yes, I, Rastafari.
Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Psalm 108. 108. Oh, here. Yes, Thanksgiving and prayer. Korah, vit, tefillah. Right? Thanksgiving and prayer. Torah and tefillah. Torah and tefillah, here. Psalm 108. One of the slides kind of said it well, as we say it today. This is a psalm we can call like a kind of a cut and paste, ancient cut and paste liturgical psalm right here. It's based on two other psalms. Today's daily psalm, Psalm 108, Mizmor Kof Chet. Interesting. The Torah portion here is Korach. And Korah has three Hebrew letters, the Kof, right, the Resh, and the Chet. This here is the first and the last. Kof, right, which in the Hebrew has a numerical value of 100, right? Here we have Kof and Chet, or some would enunciate it more fully, Chet is the eighth letter of the Hebrew alphabet. So 108 Mizmor Kof Chet. Here we have Psalm CVII in the Latin, Psalm CVII. Here Hebraically, the Hebrew Aleph, numerical Mizmor Kof Chet. Here. Thanksgiving and prayer. So as you mentioned, this psalm here, Psalm 108. It's sort of an ancient cut and paste, right? There are two psalms that are the source, right? The two psalms, right? Two psalms are the source of this psalm here, the 108th psalm. And both of the psalms are ascribed to Dawid HaMelech, to David. Shemo, his name, right? Shemo or Shem Shelo, his name is attached to the composition in its present form. So here on the screen you have two Elohimic, Elohim Psalm, creator, ruler, judge, Elohim Psalm, two Elohimic fragments. Often what is said by the scholars is that there's two Elohimic, in other words, Elohim Psalms are the creator, ruler, judge Psalms, judgment Psalms, creator, ruler Psalms, appealing to Yahweh by his attribute of creator, Elohim, ruler, Elohim, and judge. Fragments here that are brought together. So here, as we said in the audible that you heard, the two extracts from earlier psalms, right? They are the constituents, right? The constituents or the content, right, of this psalm, of Psalm 108, Mizmor Kof Chet. Now, looking at it from the KJV perspective, verses 1 to 5, they correspond, right, with Psalm 57, right, 57 verses 7 to 11 and verses 6 to 13, right, and verses 6 to 13 here in today's daily psalm, right, with Psalm 60, focus verses 6 to 13 in the KJV. So we have like two psalms. We look at those earlier psalms, Psalm 57, and then we look at Psalm 60, and we can see where from the earlier psalms, right, 57, 60, right, portions, or some say fragments, are brought together here. Now here on the screen where it says the Odeka, we have it in today's daily psalm at the fourth verse, right? Fourth verse, that's from the Hebrew. In the KJV Bible, that'll be the third, right? The third verse, which says, I will give thanks to thee, right? Odeka ba'amim. Odeka ba'amim Yahweh. I will give thanks. I will hand it to you, right? I will give thanks to thee, O Yahweh, among the peoples. And the whole contents of this psalm is the echo to the Hodu. So the next Hebrew letters, let me highlight it right there. That's Hodu, right? It's unpointed, but hodu, right? Hodu, biblical Hebrew enunciation. So the hodu of Psalm 107, hodu. What is hodu? Well, Psalm 107, the previous psalm to today's daily Psalm 108, it begins book 5. So here we're in the 5th book of the psalm. So the psalms as one book, Hebraically, are divided into 5 books. That's why when Robbeinu Yeshua said to the other Yehudim, he says, is it not written in your law? And then he quotes the Psalm because of the connection of the 5 books of Psalms and the 5 books of Torah. So here we're in the 5th book right here. So at Mizmor Kof Zain, we have the hodu, right? And the hodu is like give thanks, y'all. Y'all give thanks. All of y'all to give thanks. Odeka is I will thank the I, like I'm speaking to a male. I will thank the I male. Odeka, I thanking the, right? And hodu is like a command. All of y'all give thanks. And remember the hoda, hodu, and then thanksgiving is toda. So toda, thanksgiving. Odeka, I will thank the I, speaking to a male. And hodu, a command like to you all to give thanks, or more directly, like to put your hands up, right? Because hodu, right, in its root come from yada, right, to hand, and yad, or to worship with the hands, right, to hand it to he who be. So we have this connection right here, even in the ordering here in the 5th book, Psalm 108, of thanksgiving and prayer. And then the previous Psalm 107, speaking of divine providence, Jehovah Jireh-ness, right? Yahweh Yireh, right? He will see to it, he will provide, right? Of the preceding Psalm 107. Now, it's inscribed, right? It's inscribed, right? The superscription is Shir Mizmor Le Dawid. It's inscribed a song, right? Shir Mizmor, a psalm, Le Dawid, of David, for David, are often translated as a psalm song by David. However, only because it is compiled. Now, one would say, well, if this is not a Davidic psalm, and this psalm was compiled later on, right, by the Judahites for congregational worship, why does it say, right, Le Dawid? Well, le, lamed, the lamed prefix means like for of, or in a sense to, for of. So le Dawid in this sense would be it's of David, because the original materials, right, were compiled out of the ancient Davidic material. So the original materials for Psalm 108, right, came from the ancient Davidic psalm. So this is what it means, like in the style of David, or it's really his psalm. We're just taking, a portion here and a portion here to bring together a thanksgiving and prayer for us congregationally, because we can all sing together, even if we all can't speak together at the same time. We can all sing together. Now, the fact of the absence, we have an absence of the usual. You see right there, the next Hebrew, la menatzeach, le, for of, ha, the menatzeach, le, ha, menatzeach, all together now, la menatzeach, for the chief musician, makes it natural, right, to suppose that it is of later origin. Another key is that it lacks some of the marks that earlier psalms have, right, like the to the chief musician, right, la menatzeach. So 2 Davidic psalm pieces, right, in the Elohimic, in the Elohim, creator, ruler, judge style, are here with trifling, small local variations, right? Just put together, not soldered together. Like when you soldering, soldered together, right? And taken out of their original historic connection. That a poet like Dawid would, like this, compile a third out of the 2 of his own songs is not conceivable, right? So where it's positioned in the book of Psalms and understanding other things from studying Psalms, we can see that it was a later, right, compilation used for, as we said, congregational worship, right, based on the earlier tunes of Dawid. So right here, just to show this right here, this first half is taken from Psalm 57, right? Hebraically, verses 8 to 12, right? The repetition of confident is my heart. Confident is my heart, like it says here. My heart is fixed. Nachon libi Elohim. Nachon, nachon, or nakon libi Elohim. Nachon, like firm, fixed, or even in a sense correct, right? Nachon, like in Hebrew when we say like something, somebody say something, I say that's correct. Nachon, nachon that's it. Nakon that's it. Nakon is also to say like something's correct, but this context is like it's firm, it's established. Nakon, right? Nachon libi, my heart is established, is fixed. Translated here, confident. Elohim, oh creator, oh judge, right? The confident is my heart, right? In Psalm 57, 1 to 11, is he omitted. And in place of it, right, we have the my glory of the exclamation, right? Awake, awake, right? Awake, awake, where it says awake, right? Awake, psaltery and harp, and I will awake, right? I will awake the dawn, right? Just a couple of highlights before we get right into it, right? Awake my glory is taken up to the I will sing and the harp, right, as a more minute definition of the subject. So it's kind of zooming in, right? But based on Dawit, the sweet singer of Yisrael, right, we have even the later Psalms, right? He will do it, yea, his soul with all of its godlike powers, right, shall do it. Yahweh, the Yahweh that we have here in Psalm 108 is transformed, right? They say out of the Adonai, and the wild couplet is inserted both before, okay, contrary. Okay, they're comparing here, the later version of the Psalm, right? Here, 108 with the earlier, right? So this is a kind of an interesting study for those who are kind of up for the study, right? But we'll highlight what we can as we go through it. This little psalm here, but Talawa right here. Let's bring up the compare verses here. As we already mentioned at the outro, right? There are two extracts, right? It seems clear that the selection and combination were made use, right? For use in the liturgy, in like congregational worship. Like, remember after the tribe of Judah, right, returned from the Babylonian captivity during Ezra and Nehemiah's time, in that 400-year period of time till we get to the New Testament? Yeah. So this is when this psalm, right, rises up in the Davidic style to meet a special circumstance. Now, what this special circumstance was, per se, cannot be overtly determined from the psalm. However, generally, it's held to have been a time when the newly returned exiles, the Judeans, the Judahites, had come out of the Babylonian exile, right? During the time of Ezra and Nehemiah, and they were being menaced and persecuted. They had returned to the land, and in their return to the land, like people that had squatted on the land after they left started to give the original, landholders problems, the Samaritans. And well, when you read Ezra and Nehemiah, that gives you more full details and testimony. Now, in the commentary, the points of variation are noted. So we're going to note some points of variation between this and the earlier psalm. And the hearer and other scholars, fellow disciples, will refer you to the original psalms, right, for a fuller exposition, right, in the original psalms. Once again, we have today's daily psalm, we have Psalm 57 and Psalm 60. So it's almost like Psalm 57, portion from Psalm 57 and a portion from Psalm 60 have been combined here, right, into this psalm here in book 5, right, book 5. So some of the later psalms in the book, they tend to be psalms that are attributed to David, right, like in the style of David, but are not original Davidic psalms. And in the earlier part of the book of Psalms are some of the more original Davidic psalms. You know what I mean? Also use many of them for congregational worship. So in other words, what we're saying is that David psalms for the Judahites and for the Israelites became the kind of the worship psalms, like the liturgy, right, for the Israelites. But here, let's touch on this first verse. As we mentioned right here, the reason why David's name is attached because it is of David. It's basically taking his work, right, and combining it here, for congregational worship. So here, let's touch on the Hebrew first. Here we have shir, a song, a shir, mizmor, a song, a shir, mizmor le David, of or for David, shir, mizmor le David. Nachon libi Elohim, ashira wa azamera, af kavodi, Here, Nachon, firm, steadfast, correct, established, libi, my heart. So here it has my heart is fixed, kun, and the mekonen links with the kun, right? Kun is to be firm, to be established. Nakon, right? Nakon is the nephil of kun. So kun is the root word, kun, and the nephil, right? Build on the word, right? Is nakon, right? Nakon, to be set up, to be established, to be fixed. Nakon libi, nakon libi, to be set up, to be established, to be fixed, to be firmly established. The sense of to be established, to be stable, right? How is the patient's heart? Nachon libo, right? Nachon libi. Heart is established, is secure, right? Is fixed, right? It's determined, right? And even in the sense of to be set, to be directed aright, right? So the root sense is to be like established, firmed, set, right? But the context, prepared. Also, we can bring out the sense of prepared. This is all under the nephil, right, of the verb. So the root word kun, right? The nephil of kun is nakon, right? Nakon, right? So kun is like the verb to do it, and it being done, right? Prepared, right? Be ready, right? It's arranged, settled, right? So my heart, my mind is settled. Nachon libi Elohim, O Creator, ruler, judge. Nachon libi Elohim. Ashira, I will sing. Let me sing. Ashira, let me sing. Wa azamera, and let me chant eyes as azamera. Let me chant eyes as sing psalms, the mizmor, right? Mizmor, azamera. They both have this particular root right here. This is the shir, and here's the azamar, the mizmor zamar, right? Which means like to chant with like musical accompaniment, right? To make music, right? To like by striking fingers, whether it's like a drum or it's like a harp, right? It's almost like to sing along with the musical accompaniment, right? Striking with fingers, right? In that sense, and to play, right? With the voice. So with the voice and the music, you know what I mean? Like Isis, yeah? So here, Nachon libi Elohim. Ashira, let me sing. May I sing. Wa azamera, af tikon. It says here, even with my glory. The word af, let's scroll down here, af tikon, yay. It has a sense of af is like a particle. It's not really a word, but it's like when it's said, it's almost like here in this part of the verse, it says, Ashira, wa azamera, af kabodi, like let me sing, let me chant eyes as even my glory, even let my glory, right? Kavodi, right? Kavodi, my glory, right? Kavodi, my kavod, also, right? Sing, right? And may my glory also chant Isis, right? Indeed, af, kavodi, kavod is glory, honor, like my heaviness, my reputation, right? This word comes from like weight, my weightiness, my gravity, like my honor on that level, right? May chant and sing Isis. So here, first verse right here, bringing out the Ivrit again. Shir mizmor le David. Nachon libi Elohim. Ashira wa zamra. Af kavodi. Even my glory. So here in the opening, we have thanksgiving for Elohim, for the Creator's mercies, Firstly, beginning off by stating that my heart is steadfast, my heart is firm, my heart is stabilized, prepared, right? My mind, my determination, nakon, libi, lab, heart, mind, innermost center, right? Libi, Elohim. We have in Psalm 57, Hebraically verse 8, the KJV, it would be, let's see right here, the KJV, right? The KJV, it would be verse 7, where it says, my heart is steadfast, Elohim, my heart is steadfast. Nakon libi, Elohim, nakon libi. I will sing, Asherah, and I will sing praises. Wa azamera. Right. So here, if you look in the earlier psalm, right, Psalm 57, KJV wise, verse 7, you can see where this verse kind of picks up from. The phrase is repeated right after right Elohim in Psalm 57, verse 7 again. So it's like Nakon libi Elohim, Nakon libi. But here it's just Nakon libi Elohim. Asherah wa azamra. Af kavodi. This is the difference here. Even with my glory, af kavodi. Right? This is omitted. This is omitted in Psalm 57. However, my glory, kavodi, it appears in the clause that says awake, awake, kavodi, ora, kavodi, awake my glory. This is added at the beginning, right, of verse 8, at verse 8. So we're just comparing the earlier psalm here, this opening verse here, Shir Mizmor Lidawi, Nakon libi Elohim, Asherah wa azamera, Af kavodi. Here to the Beit verse, the second verse here, opening section, verses 1 to 5. Thanksgiving for Elohim's mercy, the Creator's mercy. Awake, psaltery, and harp. I will awake early. The word myself is not there, though it may be implied, but the word for myself is not there. So more better, awake, psaltery, and harp. I will awake early. I hear the Hebrew. Ora hanevela we kinora aira shachar aira shachar aira. I will awake. Right, open the eyes. Right, ora 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 ora. Here, awake is from the word or. Right, or is like to arouse oneself. Ora. Rouse yourself, awake yourself, incite yourself, rouse yourself. You know, you rouse up from sleep, like to stir up yourself. Ora, ora. It's also a command, right? You know, Hebraically, it's like opening the eyes, like be awake, be mentally on foot, you know, ora, ora. But here, right, from that Davidic sense, right, the opening of the eyes, ora, wake, be awake, ora. But here he's saying ora hanevel. He's speaking to the nevel. Nevel, he's speaking to, here says the skin picture bag. That's one sense of the nevel. The secondary sense is the harp, like the guitar. You know how you see the body of the guitar? Now imagine like a jar or kind of a skin bottle. You know, when we look at how the ancient musical instrument was made. So this is referring like to a harp, a lute, a guitar, you know, a musical instrument. So here, ora hanebel, like wake up, almost like wake up drum and bass. It's the sense of it here in a modern sense. Ora hanebel, we kinor, awake psaltery and harp, awake drum and bass. Ora hanevel, we kinor, aira shachar, aira shachar, I will awake, aira. Ira, I will awake, my shachar. I will awake shachar. The shachar is the dawn. It says early there, but really it's the dawn. Shachar. I will awake the dawn. Right? I will awake the dawn. So we have the word ora is like a command, right? A command, you know, a command speaking to another. Ora, awake. And then he says, Aira, Aira, I will awake. Right? So once again, this verse right here, Oraha nevel wikinor, Aira shahar. Right? Awake psaltery and harp, like to say awake drum and bass, right? In a sense, it is possible that these words suggest the use of this extract of the original song in Babylon, right? In Babylon, the captives, the Judahites, right? They put their harps aside, right? We know that from the other song, that in Babylon, right, the captives, especially those who were singers and players of instruments, they put their harps aside and they had refused to sing the songs of Zion, right? Of Zion or Zion. How do we know this? We know this in Psalm 137, right? Round about verse 1, verse 2, right? Psalm 137, right? However, now the instruments, right, that had long been silent are to produce music again, right? Music again. So some interpret this, right, since this psalm the um what do you call it again, the exile, after the exile, the Babylonian captivity, right? It dates from that particular time. Therefore, why would they choose this? What is the connection in this song, right? Well, it's obvious in Psalm 137, right, verse 1, verse 2, that the Israelites refused to sing songs of Zion. Now that we have returned, now that we can worship in our own land again, it's like awake the drum and bass. Let's bring back that sweet music that we refused to do for the entertainment of the Babylonians then. Or how different times are, right? Think about it, right? Ora hanevel wikinor aira shahar. Right here, right? So here, this brings us forward to the Gimel verse in the opening section here, right? It's a little but beautiful psalm. He says, I will praise thee, Yahweh, right, among the people, and I will sing praises to thee among the nations, the nationality. Odeka ba amin, Yahweh, wa as America, Baal umim. Here, I will praise thee, right, O Yahweh, Odeka, Od I praising Ka, the I male, Odeka ba amim, Yahuwah, wa as America. And I will chant Isis. I will chant Isis to you. I would chant like praise. I'll chant psalms to you, right? Zamerka, Azamerka, right? Wa Azamerka, Baal Umim, right? Baal Umim, right? Baal Umim among the Leumim, the Leoms, Leom, Leumim. So Leom is a word that BDB says people, nation. It means the root sense to gather. In a more proper sense, it's like a community, right? Among the communities. Almost in a kind of a sense, like we have nations is different than like ethnicity. You check, right? So the Leumim, Leom singular, Leumim plural, right? Ba Leumim among the communities, among the like ethnicities, right? The community. So here. Odeka ba Amin, among the Amin peoples. Odeka ba Amin, Yahuwah wa Azamerika ba Lumim, amongst the ethnicities, the communities. Here we have the tetragrammaton or the Hashem, right? So it began off with the attribute Elohim, creator, judge, ruler, and here we have the Hashem, right? The Hashem. The tetragrammaton here in Psalm, check this out, in Psalm 57, right? In Psalm 57, Hebraically verse 10, KJV wise verse 9, right? It has Adonai. So when we compare this and contrast this there in verse 9, KJV wise, verse 10, it says, I will give thanks to thee, O Lord, among the peoples. I will sing praises to thee among the nations. So the difference between this, right, and the earlier psalm, right, the earlier psalm, let's see if we can just bring this up right here. I have the hard copy in front of me, but ones might be curious about. So here, this will be, I think it'll be verse 9 because of numbering difference. Am I correct? Yes, I am. It says, I will praise thee, right, Adonai, right, among the people. I will sing to thee among the nations. The Hebrew right here, well, there they force in that, but here the top one is correct. Odeka ba'amim Adonai, azamerka ba'alumim. So here we have Odeka ba'amim Adonai. In Psalm 108, we have Odeka ba'amim Yahweh. So there we have the Hashem, the name Yahweh, while in Psalm 57, we could say, the Lord or Lord of his mercy. So this is another difference. And I will sing. I will sing. This conjunction is omitted in Psalm 57, right? This conjunction is admitted, right? In other words, where it says here, it says wa azamerka. It just has azamerka, right? Adonai azamerka, right? Oh Lord, azamerka, I will chant isis to you. Here it has odeka ba'amim Yahweh wa azamerka, wa and va azamercha, wa and. So that and is also, we said that, like we mentioned before, there's some small like nuanced differences, and we're just pointing it out as we go through this right here. So here to the Dalet, to the fourth verse here, KJV wise, right? For thy mercy great above the heavens, and thy truth to the clouds. Here it says to the clouds, more better in the Hebrew is the word skies. But here bring out the verse. It says, Ki gadol me'ala shamayim chasedeka we'ada shechakim amiteka. We'ad shechakim and to the skies. We'ada shechakim amiteka. Your truth, thy veritas, thy truth. Here. Have this verse here. For thy mercy great. Ki gadol. For great, because great may all from above. For great from above. Shemaim, may all Shemaim from above the heavens. Chasedeka is thy chesed, is thy mercy, thy loving kindness. Thy chesed is thy goodness, kindness, mercy, loving kindness is great above the heavens. Ki gadol me Allah Shemaim chasedeka and wa'ad, and going on, and it's continuing wa'ad shechakim, and it's continuing, like going on, continuing to the sky, shechakim amiteka. So here we have the word, right, for it, they translate clouds here, right? It's a shachak. Some bring it out as the dust, the cloud, the fine dust. It could be a thin cloud, right? But this brings out more when we put it in reality, the vapor part of the firmament, so that part which is sky. So here the Hebrew distinguishes between Shemaim, heavens, and the skies, between the Shemaim and the Shechakim, right? Some say the firmament or that sky, the skyline, so to speak. So Ki gadol me'ala Shemaim chasedeka. For great from above the heavens is your chesed, is your loving kindness. We're odd and going on, shechakim, and going on and reaching, to say reaching the skies, amiteka, is your truth, your veritas. So above, right? It says above, right? It says above the heavens, right? From above, right? For your mercy is great from above the heavens. So his mercy is above the heavens. In Psalm 57, round about verse 10, it says to the heavens. So the difference between this and the earlier psalm, it says to the heavens. Here it says may all, may from all, from above, may all, Me'al Shemaim, right? So just that difference, Me'al Shemaim. There it says two, right? Two, right? Ad Shemaim, to the heavens. Now the ancient teaching explains the variation, right? The ancient Talmud and the teaching explains the variation here. See, the divine mercy, chesed, right? This is the chesed, the divine mercy, the chesed, right? Or loving kindness is great, gadol, me'al shamayim, from above the heavens, to those who perform Yahweh's commands for their own sake, right? However, it is to the heavens. Ad, where Ad is to, Ad Shemaim is to the heavens, to those who are obedient, right, to the commands from an ulterior motive. Did you get that? In other words, one say, well, over here it says, for thy mercy, great, gadol, gadol, right? It is big, big, gadol. It is great, it is big, it is large, right? May all shemaim. But in Psalm 57, it says ad, right? It says ad, like to shemaim, to the heavens. What's the difference between from above, the mercy from above, right? Or the mercy to? Well, for those, right, who perform Yahweh's command for their own sake, the divine mercy is from above the heavens. For those who perform, the commandments and are obedient from an ulterior motive, well, I do the commandments because I get blessed, and okay, well, then it's to the heavens, from above the heavens, and like reaching to the heavens. Check. So right there. Here again. Ki gadol me'al shemaim chasedeka, where are the shechakim amiteka, right? And reaching to the skies, thy truth. Here, right? Here, right? Here we're at the hey verse, the hey verse for the opening section 1 to 5. Thanksgiving for Elohim's mercies. Be thou exalted, O Elohim, O Creator, ruler, judge, above the heavens, and thy glory above all the earth. Here the Ivrit, Ruma al Shemaim, Ruma, big up, be exalted, room, to rise up, be high, be exalted, Ruma al Shemaim, all above, Shemaim, above the heavens, all Shemaim, Elohim, O Elohim, O Creator, we're all and above, call Haaretz, and above all the land, all the earth, call Haaretz, right? Vodeka, the I male glory, and the I male glory, we're all above, call Haaretz, above all the land. So right here we have this verse right here, right? Be thou exalted, O Elohim, above the heavens. Ruma, al Shemaim Elohim, the heavens. The Hebrew here omits the definite article. Do you notice that? It didn't say al ha-Shemaim, al ha-Shemaim, but it says al Shemaim. So there's no definite article here, but early in the earlier psalm, there was the heavens. Ruma al Shemaim, and thy glory wa'al kol haaretz kavodeka, kabodeka, the I kabod. Now here it has the conjunction, right? And, right? With and, vi'al, and above vi'al, kol haaretz kavodeka. Here it has the conjunction and in Psalm 57, round about verse 11, right? KJV wise, no conjunction, right? So we're just noticing and observing some of the key differences. The fuller expansion of it, of course, ones can go to the earlier Psalms. There. Now here, for the second part of today's daily Psalm right here we have verses 6 to 13. Just to conclude right here, 6 to 13. Now, in the first part, right? The first part we had Psalm 57, right? So verses 1 to 5 in Psalm 108 is a reworking of Psalm 57, verses 7 to 11, right? And now here, when we get to KJV, verses 6 to 13, let's bring up 6 right here, verses 6 to 13, right? We get a reworking of Psalm 60, the earlier Davidic Psalm, Psalm 60, verses 6 to 13, right? Verses 6 to 13. So here. So this prayer here, thanksgiving and prayer, congregational worship right here. So all of this that preceded for continuity, be thou exalted, Elohim, above the heavens, and thy glory be above all the earth, so that, right? So reason why we ask that that be the case is so that thy beloved may be delivered. Save, right, thy right hand, and it was save with thy right hand, and answer me, and answer I. Here, lima'an, in order that, because, or saved to the purpose and intent of ma'an, lima'an, yet halsun, lima'an yehalsuna yedideka, lima'ana yehalsun yedideka, right? That thy yedideka, that thy beloved, thy yedid, the yedideka, that thy beloved, thy male beloved, yedideka, that thy beloved one, thy lovely one, right? Yehalsun, that thy beloved one may be halat, may be removed, drawn out, taken off, withdrawn. But notice the sense of this word. It can mean rescue, but it also has this interesting nuance there, that thy beloved may be equipped for war, right? That thy male beloved may be equipped for war. Lima'an yechalsuna yedideka. So some translate this that thy beloved yedideka may be delivered. Well, when we look into the Hebrew roots, we see the sense of equipped, that thy beloved may be armed, that thy beloved may be made strong, braced up, invigorated, right? And thereby delivered, right? Because thy male beloved will be equipped, right? Equipped, for the fight, right? Strengthened for the fight, and thereby be delivered. When we get into the inner, right? But here, lima'ani yechalsun yedideka, Hoshia yemineka, wa aneni, Hoshia, save, rescue, deliver, yeminika, thy right hand. So here's what's interesting. Many would translate like save with. There's not really a with here. It's like save, Yemineka, right? Thy right hand, almost like thy right hand, save. Not to save the right hand, but it's like the right hand save. It's not so much with. I know the translators say with, right? But just to share that, Hoshia, Yemineka, wa and aneni, wa anen, Ani, and save Ani, and save and answer me, right? Hoshia Yeminika wa Aneni, and answer, and anami, and what? And Aneni, right? Aneni, and answer and respond and testify, right? Testify to I. So we have these verses here. And I don't know if you familiar with Psalm 60. When we go to Psalm 60, just over here, Psalm 60, right? We have these very same verses here, right? Thy beloved may be delivered. By recognizing Israel as his standard bearers, he had displayed his love for them. Upon that fact, the psalmist here bases this plea. So when we say Hoshea, is to save, but it's also the grand victory. Yemineka, thy Yemen, thy right hand. We also have more on that in Psalm 17, right? Psalm 17, verse 6. But right here, let's go to this. Here we are at the 7th verse right here. Today's daily psalm right here. Here, Elohim have spoken in his holiness. I will rejoice. I will divide Shechem and mete out the valley of Sukkot. Sukkot, the valley of booths, the valley of huts, the valley of tabernacles, of booths, Sukkot, right? Right, the valley of Sukkot. Now notice that Sukkot, right, and we also have the 7th of the feast festivals, tabernacles, known as Sukkot. Now remember, in the first, it was a site where Yaakov had put up booths, right, where Jacob put up booths, huts for his cattle and built a house for himself. Apparently, it was said to be east of the Yarden, near the fort of the torrent Yabok, right, and later allotted to the tribe of Gad, right? The secondary Sukkot was the first stopping place of the Bnei Yisrael, the Yisraelim, when they left Mitzrayim. You know what I'm saying? When they left Egypt. So that was one of the first stopping places. And then the last of the appointed feasts in the 7 months, right, of the holy year is Sukkot, right? Tabernacle, booths, ingathering, just to make that connection right there. Here the Hebrew, Elohim diber rabea kodsho, Eloza, chalka shekem, we aimeka Sukkota maded. Here it pictures Elohim as speaking, right? In a sense, Elohim diber, right? Elohim spoke, is speaking, has promised, has spoken. Elohim diber, speaking, bikodsho, in his kadosh, kodesh, in his set apartness. Eloza, I will triumph, some say, right? I'll rejoice, but Eloza, it come from Allah's. Allah's mean to exalt. Is it to jump? Right? Yeah. He says, Elohim says, I'm going to jump. I'm going to jump for joy. Eloza. Right? Here. It says, Eloza, ahalka, shekem, ahalka. I will jump for joy. I'll rejoice. Eloza, ahalka, right? I will divide. I will halak. Halka, right? I will divide like a portion, like you divvy something up. You're portioning lots, shares, right? Divvying, you're distributing, right? I will distribute, right? Here. Eloza, halka shekem. I will divide, distribute, portion out. Shekem, right? Shechem, as directly as the back or the shoulder. Remember, there was Shechem, the city of Shechem, right? The back, the shoulder, but also in the context, it can also be burden, right? This word can relate to burden. Literally, as a part of the body, the Shechem is like the shoulder, the back, right? But then Shakam can mean to rise up early, but it's also to be a burden. You see what it says right here? Properly to incline the shoulder. Like you bend the shoulder to a burden. Like to literally is to load up on the back of man or beast. So the same word Shechem for shoulder and back also is related in its root to inclining or loading, right, to the shoulder or to the back of man or beast, a burden. So when we interpret it like that, right, it can be speaking about that land, but also to divide the burden. Like we all have to carry our weight, you know what I mean, of the good news, in other words, you know what I mean? And he's going to divvy it up, almost like what he does within the Numbers portion, you know what I mean, for the Israelites. Elohim diber bikodsho, Elozai chalka shekem, Emeka Sukkot amaded, and the valley of Sukkot, the Emek Sukkot, Emek, the valley of depression, Emek Sukkot, Emek Sukkot amaded. So here we have the Emek, the valley, right? The Emek. What is the Emek? It's a valley, it's a lowland, like a depression, right? You know, Amak, from Amak. Amak, you see the word Amak? Amak, right? Amak means to be deep. Amak, profound, something being deep, deep. You know what I mean? So the Amek is like a deep place, like a valley, a deep depression, right? So here, saying, where Amek a Sukkot Amaded. I will mete out. I will measure out. I will madad, right? To madad. Madad, he measured. To measure, to stretch. He measured, he stretched. Amaded. I will measure. I will stretch. Like stretch a cord to see how long this is. Like, when dividing and divvying up, like you say, lots and lands, right? Right here, right? So what's interesting here is how this psalm, right, from the earlier Psalm 57 is Psalm 60. Here we have Psalm 60 in the second part here. These two Psalms, 57 for the earlier part, Psalm 60 here for the latter part. So when it says that Elohim, right, when it says that God spoke, Elohim diber big orsho, right, Eloza, he spoke in his holiness, his set apartness. He made a yea, and amen, amen. The guarantee being his attribute of holiness. So when Yahweh spoke with Bnei Yisrael, right, and with the patriarch, he made his yea, and his and that promise, the guarantee, was based on his being. Yahweh says he swore by his own self, he swore by his own being, right? His attribute of holiness, right? Kedusha, right? That's what it says, big Kodsho, in his Kodsho, his Kodesh, right? Kodeshness, right? Kodsho, his holiness that rules out any possibility of the pledge, the word, remaining unfulfilled. Elsewhere, Elohim, the creator, the ruler, the judge, Yahweh Eloheinu, he is said to swear by way of his own set apartness, right? His own holiness. We have that in Psalm 89, around about verse 35, Hebraically 36, and in Amos chapter 4. In Amos chapter 4, verse 2, right? There, Yahweh Eloheinu, he swears, he sevens himself by his own set apartness. And what does he say? Eloza, 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 I will rejoice, Eloza, Eloza, I will jump. The translation, right? Some interpret this part as this was David in Psalm 60, right? Saying this. Now, there's nothing that really corresponds to like that I would rejoice, right? Or will jump for joy, right? In the Hebrew, it's better to render this verse as Elohim speaking, saying, I will exalt, I will divide, and the subject being Elohim. In this sense, the verse continues, right, the poetical reflection upon the past, recalling the time when Elohim was Yisrael, was the Israelites' ally. When was Yahweh Eloheinu Yisrael's ally? In the conquest of the Canaan, the Afro-Canaan, the Afro-Canaanite land, picturing him, Yahweh Eloheinu, as the leader of the army, Yahweh Tsebaot, the Lord of hosts, Yahweh Tsebaot, the Lord of armies, right, who assured the people victory, right? Yeshuot, victories, telling them, I will exalt in the overthrow of the enemy and apportion his land to you. That's what we find in the narrative. What did he say? Yahweh Eloheinu, I will exalt, like I will jump, right? Triumph or jump in the overthrow of the enemy and divvy up and apportion his land to you. And thus Shechem is mentioned, or Shechem, representing the territory that was west of the Yarden. And Sukkot, notice that Sukkot is mentioned here. Sukkot was a land on the east side. So in these two mentions as places, Shechem and Sukkot is mentioning the west side of Jordan, right? The west side, on the west side, Shechem, and on the east side is Sukkot, right? So even we understand that it kind of gives that comprehensive picture, right? He's with us on the, on the left side, the right side, the west of Jordan, right? Shechem and Sukkot, the east side, right? Elohim diber b'korsho, Eloza achalka Shechem, ve'emeka Sukkot amaded, and divide, measure out, divide and portion out. Here, the chet verse, right? The chet verse right here. He says, Gilead, 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 mine. Manasseh, mine. Ephraim, also the strength of my head. Yehuda, Judah, my lawgiver. Here. Remember this in today's Psalm 108 is based on the earlier Psalm 60. Li Gilead, Li Menashe, where Ephraim Ma'oz Roshi, Yehuda Mechokeki. This is the verse here, right? Gilead, Gilead is mine, or Gilead. Literally in the Hebrew, it's not is. The is not even there. It's like Gilead mine. Right? Gilead mine, or Gilead is for me. Manasseh for me. Ephraim also the defense, right? The defense of my head. KJV says the strength of my head, right? We have the word ma'oz. Ma'oz is like a strong, something firm, a strong something, like a protection, right? But coming from strength, something that's strong, fortified, the defense, right? The defense of my head, like the strong defense of my head. Li Gilead, Li Manasseh, with Ephraim Ma'oza Roshi, Yehuda Mechokeki. Here. This verse here, what do we have? Gilead, 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 right? Gilead, going to the approximate location, Gilead. But let's get to the root of Gilead. It's the name of a place, but Gilead, right? A heap of witnesses. Remember when Jacob and his evil uncle Whitey, Laban, right? When they went to certify the palace stones, and Laban spoke in Aramaic, and Yaakov, he spoke in Western Semitic, in the Ivri, in the Hebrew, right? And one call it Gilead and other call it Galied, because the difference of the dialects, the different pointing of the vowels. But basically the root of this is as a memorial, right? Gilead, the sense of memorial. So Gilead, right, in the land of Bashan, that was inhabited by part of the tribe of Manasseh, right? So when we understand that Gilead, right, was in the land of Bashan, and that land was inhabited by part of the tribe of Manasseh, it makes more sense why it reads Li Gilead, Li Manasseh, right? For me, mine, Gilead, Li, for me, mine, Manasseh. Li Gilad, Li Menashe, Ephraim, Maoz, Roshi, Yehuda, Mechokeki. Here. We have next parts of the Menashe link right there, right? Menashe link right there. Then he mentions Ephraim and Yehuda, right? Where Ephraim, right? And Yehuda. Here the verse, second part of the verse is where Ephraim, Maoz, Roshi. And Ephraim, Ma'oz, strong defense. Ma'oz, the strong defense. Ma'oz, Roshi. Rosh is head like Ras, Rase, Roshi. Ma'oz, Roshi is the strong defense of my head. Ephraim. And then he mentions Yehuda. Yehuda, Mechokeki. Yehuda is Mechokeki, right? Ephraim and Yehuda. Why Ephraim? Right, and Yehuda. Well, they were the two most powerful tribes of all the 12 tribes. Ephraim and Yehuda, they were the two most powerful tribes in the territory of the Canaan, of the Afro-Canaanite land. The former, Ephraim, right, Ephraim was a particularly warlike tribe. It's described as the main defense the main defense of the whole country, because Ephraim was in the north, and often the Syria and the Hittites, and the Syrians, from the north, and that's where Ephraim was. So Ephraim, particularly warlike tribe, and that was the main defense of the whole country when approached from the north, being to it the protection that a helmet is to a warrior's head, right? So where the tribe of Ephraim was positioned and how that was looked at to be like the head, right? Prospectively, so where Ephraim, Maoz, Roshi, and what about Yehuda? Yehuda Mechokeki, Yehuda Mechokeki. This alludes right here to what Yaakov's bracha, Jacob's blessing, Yaakov's baraka in Genesis 49, and 10, right? Judah, you are he who thy brethren should praise, and the scepter will not depart. All of that, right? The scepter, mechokeki, mechokeki. What is the mechokeki? This comes from an interesting word, chagak, right? This word is the word like the hack. The word chagak has to do with like the hack, like even in language, right? Right, makes us think that the Tower of Babel was something else. In English, they say hack, right? In the Hebrew, we say chagak, or we can contract it to say chak, right? To hack, to engrave, right? In ancient times, right? Things were engraved, like laws in primitive times. They were cut in stone or in metal, right? In stone or in metal, they were inscribed, and that was the chakak, right? And then that's where we get the word for precepts, huk, and hukah, hukim, right? The statutes. That's why some say that they are hard to understand. They could be because these were those from the ancient times when things were hacked or engraved, prescribed, like the prescriptions, right? The statutes are prescriptions. So from that word, the hack in the sense of to cut laws and rules, regulations in stone or in metal, to prescribe them, also like a scribe would also in a sense hack. Not hack in the hack sense, but the scribe in ancient times were those who were cut into the metal or the stone, right? So to see these kind of connection of the scepter. So the scepter is not just in a sense, how can I say, it represents the law, right? That staff, and it also represents, the engraving and the keeping of it. And in a literal sense, it can mean to hack. You know what I mean? So, because that's the king tribe. So the lawgiver is coming from, the sense of Judah carrying that staff that represents the rulership of the lawgiver, the scepter, based on what Jacob had promised to his fourth son. So the scepter, right, the mechokek, right, mechokek is the emblem of ruling power. Can you hack it? Can you hack it? You know what I mean? And in Yehuda, in Judah's capital, Yerushalayim, the seat of government was located, right? Now, here, right? The mind and the mind that we find in this verse here, it relates to Yahweh Eloheinu, just to make that clear. So here, Li Gilead, Li Menashe, Ephraim Ma'oz Roshi, Yehuda Mechokeki. Here we get to the ninth verse right here, right? Here it says Moab, my washpot. Over Edom, will I cast my shoe. Over Philistia, over Palestine, will I triumph. How interesting when we look at the news today. Right here we have Moab, Sira Rachsi, Al Edom, Ashlik, Naali, Aleya Philesheta, Eta Ro'ai, like do that ora, right? See, now this is interesting here. Let's break this down here, right? Moab is my washpot, right? Moab, right? Moab, seer is like a pot. The seer is a pot, seer, right? Seer, Rachsi, Rachatzi, Rachatzi from Rachat. Rachat means like washing. Rachsi is like my washing. So he's saying Moab, Seir, Pont, Rachsi is the pont of my washing, to say, like Moab. You know, Moab is my wash pot. If Elohim donated the lands named in the preceding verse that we just read to Yisrael, he likewise controls the destiny of the countries here designated and decided that they should be reduced to an abject state, right? So it's Elohim who decided that, all right? We're just carrying out his orders. Moab had planned to destroy Yisrael. The Moabites, the Moors, no, the Moab, but aren't they? Anyway, we'll circle back to that. Moab had planned to destroy Israel in Numbers chapter 22, but it will become like a basin, right? In that the conqueror, the conqueror after he did all the battle and all that stuff, conqueror take off his boots, right? Take that wash basin represented by Moab, and he washes his feet. In other words, Moab will be degraded to menial service. Moab Sir Rachsi, all Edom, on Edom, right? On Edom, all Edom Ashlik, I will cast, all Edom Ashlik. Upon Edom, I'm going to cast Naali. I'm going to cast Naali. I'm going to cast my Naal. Naal Shali, my shoe. Naali. I'm going to cast my shoe. Now, in ancient times and even modern times in the East, right, East Africa, right, to Arabia, even to the Far East, to throw your shoe at somebody was an insult. You know what I'm saying? You want to get in a fight with somebody, throw your shoe at them. You know what I mean? And throw it at them disrespectfully. You know what I'm saying? This is what the verse is saying. Al Edom Ashlik. I'm a fling, like you fling something, right? Shalak, right? You see, cast out, shalak, right? To throw, to fling, to hurl. Ashlik, I will fling. Ashlik Naali. I will fling my shoe. Naali. Naal Shali, right? Naali. I'm going to cast, right? I'm going to cast my shoe. I'm going to throw my shoe against Edom. I'm going to throw my shoe against Edom. This might be a new thing. Israelites, no, anyway. Cast your shoe upon Edom. Right? Lay your burden down. I'm going to cast my shoe upon Edom. I'm going to cast my shoe upon him. Suppose, right, this is supposed to be an allusion, right, here to the Oriental, the Eastern custom from east of the River Nile, going across Arabia to the Far East even, an Eastern custom of casting a shoe over a piece of land, right? Some say that there was an Eastern custom of casting a shoe. Maybe this is what Yahweh, meant when he said to Moshe and later on to Yehoshua, right? Especially to Yehoshua, right? To like walk up and down in the land. Wherever your foot touches, there I've given you, right? You know what I mean? So it's almost like if one casts a shoe, it's like symbolic of kind of walking on the land, right? But laying claim to it. So in the ancient East, right, there was a custom of casting a shoe over a piece of land as a symbolic act of taking possession. An alternative translation of Targum can be Al Edom, can be to Edom, like towards Edom, to Edom. Although that's kind of odd because Al actually means up, above, or on something, right? But some say to Edom, and that this would mean that as a master throws a shoe to his slave, or his servant, a master throws his shoe, like, to be clean, and shine and polish, right? So will this people be treated with contempt. On either Targum interpretation, if this is the lowly status ordained for Edom, right, by Elohim, how is it, as the psalmist is pleading, right, like in Psalm 60 from the original psalm, that he is now in the ascent over Israel? In other words, it's like if this is what is supposed to be done with Esau and Edom, then why are the Edomites in the position they're in, right? Spiritually and otherwise, right? You know what I'm saying? So right here, here, and then he says right here, last part, right here, he says, over Philistia. Philistia is your Palestine. You want your Palestine? Philistia, right? Over Philistia do I cry aloud, right? So here it says I would triumph, but it's the word ruah, ruah. Ruah is to raise a shout, to raise a shout, to raise a cry. It's similar to the earlier part, ora, the ora, right? The teruah, to raise a shout. So here it says al phileshet, peleshet. Who is the peleshet? Phileshet, right? Philistia, the Philistines, the later known as Palestinians, right? Are land of sojourners. That means it never was their land. People are being, well, it did say Satan would lie to the whole world. So, so be it. You know what I mean? The land of sojourners, right? The land of immigrants. These were the sea peoples that the Egyptians brought in. The Egyptians, ancient Mitzrayim, placed them there roughly prior to, and around the time of the Israelites, when they entered into the land. They placed them there. It's like the sea peoples warred against ancient Egypt, and then one of the later pharaohs, he was clever. He made a deal with them. He had them work for him, and then he placed them in the land of Canaan. And this is where we get the part in the narrative of David versus the Philistines, right? Those were the original Palestinians. They were sea peoples that were fleeing from Europe, you know what I mean, after certain catastrophes and after kingdoms were fallen, and they sought to flee to Egypt, and the Egyptians warred against these. There was like a bunch of them, like 9, I think the 9 bows, and some of them were the sea peoples. And then some they compromised with, and then they worked for the Egyptians. Like you fight against America, and then America put a uniform on you. Something like that right there. But you see what it says migratory. So here's a little pun here in the verse, if you can make it out. All right, alay, and towards Phileshet, over and towards the Palestinians, right? Eta ro'ai, right? Eta ro'ah, right? In other words, to will I triumph? It says right here, but the more better of the Hebrew, right, brings out the sense of where are we right here? This area here, right? Proclaim, right? Proclaim Elohim as victor, right? Ora, right? Eta ro'ai. So here, the fuller verse here, Eta ro'ai is the ruah in the heat pa'el sense. You see, the heat pa'el, hita polel sense is to shout in triumph, right? To shout in triumph, to shout for joy. It's like kind of a pun in a sense. It's like usually the victor shouts for joy, but what Yahuwah says, I'm gonna beat the brakes off of you. So shout now. Go ahead. It's kind of an ironic pun in a sense. Like, in that sense. Split the ears, shout. Mar, shout, shout out, shout in triumph, right? Or it can be interpreted that these sea peoples, once they recognize Yahweh and Israel as the victor, things will go better. It can also be interpreted like that. Shout over Philistia, right? Shout over Philistia. So it's not really speaking to Philistia, but it's a kind of a duality. It could be interpreted as this is what the Philistines should say, right? But actually it's saying that it's going to be a shout over Philistia because the victory is going to be over them, as we have with David and Goliath and, the other narratives concerning what happened to the ancient Palestinians. But here, right? Over Philistia do I cry aloud is the Hebrew, right? Eta ro'ai, I am going to shout against them. Philistia, cry aloud because of me. See, the summons to Philistia, which is probably meant and likely meant in sarcasm. So it's kind of a twofold sense. Like, it's kind of a sarcasm. It's like, go ahead, you shout. But actually, I'm going to shout. You shout in victory over me. No, but really, I'm going to shout in victory over you is a kind of sense. That is transformed into the plain expression of triumph. Like, who is really going to shout? who's really going to be the victor in a sense, right? Here, moving on to the Yod, to the 10th verse right here, then there's this question, who will bring me into the strong city? Remember that at this point in the psalm is Elohim speaking, right? The creator, the ruler, the judge. Who will lead me into Edom? Now this here, there's a prophecy, I think in Isaiah, right? It said, who is this in the robes? You know the robes, the red robes. Who is this in the garments dyed red? You know what I'm saying? Who is this that comes from Edom? I think it's in the prophet Isaiah. There's a prophecy about like who is this that comes from Edom. Then we have this verse here from Psalm 60, and then here in Psalm 108 repeated again, who will bring me into the strong city? Who will lead me to Edom? And then you read in the prophet, who is this one wearing these red robes coming from Edom? The idea is like the warrior coming from his garments dipped in the blood of the enemy. But there's this ironic question he asks here, who's going to bring me into the strong city? You know, like when he says in the prophet, he looked to see if there was anyone that was with him, and there was none that was with him, so he went by himself to get the victory. That's the irony of this. Who will bring me into the strong city? Who will lead me to Edom? Here. Me, Yobeleni. Me, who? Yobele ani. Who will Yobel? And the word bring is an interesting word right here too, because the word Yabal. Yabal means to bring, to carry, right? To carry, to lead. But in the root sense of this word, it has to do more with water and sound, right? Like from this word Yabal come Yubelu, like Jubilee, right? In the Hebrew. It has to do like with the sense of flow, right? In the literal sense, like flow of water, flow of sound, right? In the causative sense, it can mean like to bring somebody in with pomp, like pomp and celebration, like bring him in like a parade in a sense. You know how a parade float? Why do you think they call it the floats, right? At parade, they call it floats, right? And then if you look at it in a figurative sense, it's like a real parade on this level, pomp and celebration. It flows, if you understand, to bring in. So it's bringing that sense, right? Yobaleni. Me, who? Yobaleni. Who's going to bring me in to the city? But who's going to bring me in like with celebration, as a victor, right? Mia Yobaleni ir mi batsar. The ir, right? The word ir, ayar, ir, is city in the sense of excitement and anguish. Why is the word for city connected with excitement and anguish? Because a city or a town usually is a place of waking. Well, I mean, waking is usually a place that's guarded. You know what I mean? Like most cities, they had walls and they were guarded. That's what I mean by waking, right? It was a guarded place, right? Thus the sense of terror, excitement. You know what I mean? Because cities were very vulnerable places and cities were guarded places, not like a little village, right? Where everybody might be sleeping, right? Mia Yobaleni ira mibsar. Ir mibsar. So Ir mibsar, a city that is a city of fortification. It has walls, it's guarded, and on the walls there's watchmen. You know what I mean? A fortified, a strong city. Me nahani. Me who nahani ad Edom. Me who nahani. Who will naha ani? Who will naha me? Who will lead me, guide me? Nahani. Naha ani. Nahani. Me nahani ad Edom. Who will lead me, guide me, right? Who will be my guide, right? Or transport me, like give me a ride there, in the sense of like towards, reaching to Edom, right? Ad Edom, reaching to the Idumeans, right? Reaching to the land of the Idumeans, the land south and southeast of what they call Palestine, right? Or the land of Canaan, right? Isn't that like Arabia? So could the Edomites actually be the Arabs? Anyway, the fortified city. This is a different word, right? A different word is employed here for fortified, right? So what we're saying here is that there's a different word that's employed for fortified than the word that we have, right, in the earlier, right, the word that we have in the earlier psalm. In the earlier psalm, Psalm 60, it's me, yo beleni ir, right, matzor, matzor, matzor. Here we have me basar, me bsar, mi basar. Here is matzor. So it's a slightly different word employed, right, for strong, the strong city right here. Now, this verse is often brought out that the extreme difficulty of the task that confronted David in the original Psalm, Psalm 60, right, is voiced in this verse. Edom, right? Edom was a strong foe, right? His brother Edom, he was a brother, he was wicked, all of that, but he was a strong foe, right? And he lives in the mountainous region, the highlands, that made expedition hazardous. He was like in the rocky places that made an expedition up there hazardous. So like who knew the way, the straight way we can get in there and take care of business. Edom's capital, right? The Edomite capital was Petra, right? Approached through the most magnificent gorge beyond all doubt, right? That ones and ones who witnessed that have beheld. When you look at Petra, do a little research on Petra, right? The rocks are almost precipitous, right? The rocks the rocks themselves are weapons, the mountainous area. Obadiah, if you look at the prophet Obadiah, right, only one chapter, but verse 3, it kind of touches on this sense of where Edom dwelt, right, and how challenging it was. So here, Mia Yobeleni ira mibsar, Mia Nahani Ad Edom, to Edom, right? Do you know the way to Edom, right? Yod Aleph, right? The Yod Aleph right here, the 11th verse right here. And so here the response now is not Elohim. It's not Elohim. If it's not Elohim, then who is it? The word wilt and thou is not there, and who is not there. So it's not Elohim. It's like a question, like not Elohim, right? Right? The one who has cast us off, and will not thou, O Elohim, go forth with our host? So the main context of this has to do with the earlier psalm. So you have to kind of understand the earlier psalm. See, in the earlier psalm, if this verse gives the true statement of the circumstance, then it were hopeless to make an attempt. If it's not going to be Elohim, right, being with us, we need, what it's saying, we need like God on our side. Halo, Elohim, the, lo, not. So to say like, is it not Halo, Elohim? Halo Elohim Zanachetanu? Is it not Elohim Zanachta that has Zanachta, that has left or cast off, Zanachta Anu, that have cast us off? So the word cast off is Zanachta. So it's actually saying, you Elohim who has cast us off, won't it be you? Is it not you? We're not looking to nobody else. Is it not you? Halo Elohim Zanachatanu. Is it not you who have rejected us? So you reject us before, right? But accept us now, because that's the only way we're able to do this. Because if what we're stating to do, you're not with us, we're not going to be able to do it. So Halo Elohim Zanachatanu, Lo Teitzei Elohim, and not, right? Teitzei, not the I going forward, O Elohim, Bit Sivotenu, and not going forward with our Sivot. Sivot is armies, Sava, hosts, Yahweh Sebaot, right? The Lord of armies, of hosts, Bit Sivotenu, with our Sivot, with our Sava, right? Our Sava, our Sabea, right? Our host, our army, right? So it's like kind of an ass. Like, will it not be you? If you will not go, right, then there's no need for us to go, right? Because we won't have no victory. Right here. And then right here. Let's bring this out right here. Go to the next verse. The Yod Bait, right? Here. Here we have give us, right? Give us help, right? From trouble. For vain the help of man, right? For vain the help of Adam, more correctly, right? Human being, right? Haba lanu, give to us. Haba, right? Yahab, to give, right? To like donate, to give, right? To provide for us, to give, to grant for us, to give, right? To give. Haba lanu. Haba, give, li, for anu. Li anu, lanu. Haba lanu. Give to us Ezrat. Ezrata mitzar. Ezrat, help me from tsar, from trouble. Give to us help from trouble. Hava lanu Ezrat mitzar. Ezrat, Ezra, Ezrat, right? Ezra, help, right? Me from tsar, from narrowness, tightness, from straight, from distress, from adversary, from adversity, right? From foe, from enemy. Give us help, right? From, you can say, anxiety even. Habalanu Ezrata Mitzara. With Shava Tishuat Adam. Vishav Tishuat Adam. With and Shaul. Or with Shaul Tishuat Adam. Modern pointing. Vishav Tishuat Adam. Ancient pointing with shaw, tishuat Adam. For vain, shav, modern, shaw, ancient, shav, like emptiness, shav, right? For worthlessness is vanity, right? It's desolate, it's nothing, it doesn't exist, you know what I mean? Like show is ravage, is ravagement, is nothingness, is desolation. To say vain, it's like nothing. You know what I mean? Vishav, Tishuat, the Teshua. Notice right here in this one verse in King James Version, there's two words help. There's help in the first part, give us help, right? And then in the second part, for vain is the help. But in the Hebrew, it's not the same help. First part, Havalanu, Ezrat mitzar. Second part, Vishav Tishuat. So the first one is Ezrat, help, right? And the second help here, right, is Teshua, right? Teshua, the help. Tishuat, the help of. Tishuat Adam, the help of Adam, the help of man, right? The victory of man, the help of man. It's interesting because in the KJV, you would think that if you're just reading it, not studying, that both help is the same, right? But it's actually different help. We asking Yahweh to give us help, assistance from mitzar, from trouble, for the teshua, like the salvation, the saving of Adam, the saving of Adam. It's shav. It's empty. It's false. It's like nothingness, right? It's like worthless. It's like a lie. You know what I mean? Because man need to be saved himself. So what is his help? So it's really salvation. You see what I'm saying? It's really salvation there. Let's see if the other ones bring it out. No, they go with this too. They kind of hide. They kind of hide the hand on this one right there, because you can clearly see that it's not the same word, right? It's not the same word. Is anybody going to be honest with this? Right? Let me see if any of these translators are going to be honest. Now look what BSB did. They say give us aid. They slick, right? Aid is the kind of help, right? But then they still say for the help of man is worthless. For the help of man is worthless. So all of them covered up. Let me show you it again. The first help, Ezra, help or aid, The second help here for vain is the help is Teshua, right? Teshua is the other form of Yeshua, right? But Teshua, right, is deliverance, right? Usually it's by God through human agency. So basically saying like salvation by human aid, it's not really here, right? Right? Rescue. So a better way, if one don't want to say salvation, is for vain is the rescue of man. Because a man rescue you probably gonna be in trouble again sometime. You know what I mean? But if Yahweh gives you help from trouble, then you have help from trouble. Check, right? So right here to the Yod Gimel, Yod Dalet verse here to seal it up, seal up, seal up, seal up, seal up, right? Through Elohim, through the Creator, the ruler, the judge, we shall do valiantly, for he shall tread down our enemies. Through Elohim, we shall do valiantly, for he shall tread down our enemies. Excuse that. Right here. Last verse here. Belohim naaseh chayil. For we will do valiantly. What will we do, y'all? We're going to do chayil. Highly. Right? Chayil. You see chayil? We will do chayil. What is chayil? Chayil is strength, might. The might and power of the Trinity. Chayil, right? We have chayil right there. So it says, for we, right? We will do what? We will do in Elohim, through Elohim, in Elohim, Elohim, Belohim, naaseh chayil. We will do chayil. So the word valiantly is like powerfully, mightily, chayil, right? The might and power, right? We will do powerfully through Elohim. Belohim naaseh chayil. With who? And he Yabus Sareinu, and he will boost Sareinu. He will tread down, boost. There it is. He will try them down and reject them. He will trample them, like to tread down, the trample of warriors, or in a figurative sense, he will reject them. Yabus, right? He will Yabus, right? Try down, trample down. He will Yabus Sareinu. Our Tsar. Notice it's the same word in the earlier where it said Mi B'Tsar. He would give us help from trouble. Right? Mi B'Tsar. He would give us help from Tsar, from trouble. And here, the final verse here, it says, through Elohim we would do chayil. Belohim naaseh chayil. Naaseh chayil. Belohim naaseh chayil. We would do chayil powerfully. With who? And he, even he himself, Yabus, will trod. He will trod or trample Sareinu. He will trod, he will trample the stresses and distresses, our stresses and distresses, our adversaries, our adversities. He will trod and trample, trod and trample them down. Right there. So here, the contrast between the help, of man, and with his help, and here through Elohim, only with his aid is victory possible and certain. So right here. Yeah.
Lion of Judah Society.
Whoa. So right here, the Hebrew to English on the Wadada, Yedidia. Here.
Reason with me, Wadada. Wadada.
Yedideka, thy beloved, Wadada.
They take us away from Africa with the intention to steal our culture. They're good for the past by instead. Humble yourself, my children. Humble yourself, my little one. Humble yourself. Oh, my brother.
מזמור ק"ח שיר מזמור לדוד. נכון ליבי אלוהים, אשירה ואזמרה אף כבודי. עורה הנבל וכינור, העיר השחר. עודך בעמים אדוני, ואזמרך בלאומים. כי גדול מעל שמיים חסדך, ועד שחקים אמיתך. רומה על שמיים אלוהים, ועל כל הארץ כבודך. למען יחלצון ידידיך, הושיע ימינך וענני. אלוהים דיבר בקודשו, אעלוזה אחלקה שכם, ועמק סוכות אמדד. לי גלעד לי מנשה, ואפרים מעוז ראשי. יהודה מחוקקי, מואב סיר רחצי, על אדום אשליך נעלי, עלי פלשת אתרועע. מי יובילני עיר מבצר, מי נחני עד אדום. הלא אלוהים זנחתנו, ולא תצא אלוהים בצבאותינו. הבה לנו עזרת מצר, ושב תשועת אדם. ואלוהים נעשה חיל, והוא יבוס צרינו.
Psalm 108.
מזמור ק"ח, שיר מזמור לדוד.
O God, my heart is fixed.
נכון ליבי אלוהים, אלוהים.
I will sing and give praise even with my glory.
אשירה ואזמרה אף כבודי.
Awake, psaltery and harp. I myself will awake early. I will praise thee, O Lord, among the people, and I will sing praises unto thee among the nations. For thy mercy is great above the heavens, and thy truth reacheth unto the clouds. Be thou exalted, O God, above the heavens, and thy glory above all the earth, that thy beloved may be delivered. Save with thy right hand, and answer me. God hath spoken in his holiness. I will rejoice. I will divide Shechem and mete out the valley of Succoth. Gilead is mine. Manasseh is mine. Ephraim also is the strength of mine head. Judah is my lawgiver. Moab is my washpot. Over Edom will I cast out my shoe. Over Philistia will I triumph. Who will bring me into the strong city? Who will lead me into Edom? Wilt not thou, O God, who hast cast us off? And wilt not thou, O God, go forth with our hosts? Give us help from trouble, for vain is the help of men. Through God we shall do valiantly, for he it is that shall tread down our and 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 tread down
Lion of Judah Society.
Reason with me, Wadada. Whoa, Wadada. Wadada, oh, Wadada. Reason with me, Wadada. Whoa, Wadada. Yeah,
Shabbat Shalom.
with the intention to steal our culture. The good father passed by and said, humble yourself, my children. Humble yourself, my little one. Humble yourself. Oh, my brother, eat.
Psalm 108.
מזמור ק"ח שיר מזמור לדוד.
O God, my heart is fixed.
נכון ליבי אלוהים.
I will sing and give praise even with my glory.
אשירה ואזמרה אף כבודי.
Awake, psaltery and harp. I myself will awake early. I will praise thee, O Lord, among the people, and I will sing praises unto thee among the nations. For thy mercy is great above the heavens, and thy truth reacheth unto the clouds. Be thou exalted, O God, above the heavens, and thy glory above all the earth, that thy beloved may be delivered. Save with thy right hand, and answer me. God hath spoken in his holiness. I will rejoice. I will divide Shechem, and mete out the valley of Succoth. Gilead is mine, Manasseh is mine. Ephraim also is the strength of mine head. Judah is my lawgiver. Moab is my washpot. Over Edom will I cast out my shoes. Over Philistia will I triumph. Who will bring me into the strong city? Who will lead me into Edom? Wilt not thou, O God, who hast cast us out? And wilt not thou, O God, go forth with our hosts? Give us help from trouble. for vain is the help of man. Through God we shall do valiantly. For he it is that shall tread down our and 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 tread down our.
מזמור ק"ח שיר מזמור לדוד. נכון ליבי אלוהים, אשירה ואזמרה אף כבודי. עורה הנבל וכינור, אעיר השחר. עודך בעמים אדוני, ואזמרך בלאומים. כי גדול מעל שמיים חסדך, ועד שחקים אמיתך. רומה על שמיים אלוהים, ועל כל הארץ כבודיך. למען יחלצון ידידיך, הושיע ימינך וענני. אלוהים דיבר בקודשו, אעלוזה אחלקה שכם, ועמק סוכות אמדד. לי גלעד לי מנשה, ואפרים מעוז ראשי. יהודה מחוקקי, מואב סיר רחצי, על אדום אשליך נעלי, עלי פלשת אתרועה. מי יובילני עיר מבצר, מי נחני עד אדום. הלא אלוהים זנחתנו, ולא תצא אלוהים בצבאותינו. הבה לנו עזרת מצר, ושב תשועת אדם. באלוהים נעשה חיל, והוא יבוס צרנו.
Yes, yes, yes. Shabbat Shalom. Sembet Salam. That last verse right there. Belohim Naaseh Chayil. Naaseh. We will do. Naaseh Chayil. We will do powerfully. We will do valiantly. We will do Chayil. So they're there. In the Hebrew, we have the Chayil. How interesting. Through Elohim and Elohim, we will do Chayil. Yes, Chayil. Yeah, highly. Here, Elohim Naaseh Chayil Wahu Yabus Tzarenu. For he himself and none other will trample Tzarenu, our adversaries and our adversity. So, Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam, Naaseh Chayil. Yes, Naaseh Chayil. Do we have that up here? Let's see if we have that up here. I don't think we have that up here, but we have this right here for the Chayil.
Kadamawi.
For whom praise is due forever.
Shabbat Shalom.
But here for the outro, Benjamite right here. Don't forget the Sabbath day, the Shabbat command, Zakor et Yom HaShabbat. Remember, call to mind, remember, think about it, thought matters. Zakor et Yom HaShabbat. Remember the Sabbath day. Likadisho, to keep it holy, to keep it set apart. Have a blessed rest and refresh. Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam. Here, Benjamite on the outro. Don't forget the Sabbath day. Whoa.
Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Never forget it. Never forget it. Babylon want us to forget it. Sabbath day. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Never forget it. Never forget it. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Rome want us to forget it. Sabbath day. Genesis 2:1-2 talks about the Sabbath. Enoch and Methuselah, they kept the Sabbath. Abraham, Isaac and Jacob kept the Sabbath. Don't forget the Sabbath day, eh? It's the way how they lived. They kept the Sabbath. Solomon and David, they kept the Sabbath. Praises they give the Most High on the Sabbath. Don't forget the Sabbath day, eh? Christ came in the earth and he kept the Sabbath. the early church, they kept the Sabbath. The 12 disciples, they kept the Sabbath. Don't forget the Sabbath day. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Never forget it. Never forget it. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Sabbath day. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Never forget it. Never forget it. Rome want us to forget it. Don't you forget. Babylon want us to forget it. Sabbath day. Praises on the Sabbath. We take rest on the Sabbath. Don't work on the Sabbath. No buying and selling on the Sabbath. Because it is the Most High's day. We chill on the Sabbath, read the scriptures on the Sabbath, have a class on the Sabbath. We gather on the Sabbath, the assembly. We beat the drum on the Sabbath. We sing on the Sabbath. We don't do our own thing on the Sabbath. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Never forget it. Never forget it. Don't you forget it. Babylon want us to forget it. Sabbath day. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Never forget it. Never forget it. Babylon want us to forget it. Don't you forget it. Rome want us to forget it. Sabbath day. From the beginning of time, the Most High established the Sabbath day. Sabbath day. Why would people think the Most High would want to take that away? It's a day when mankind humble themselves, praise the Most High and pray. From all the worldly things they have to turn away. So don't you forget it. Never, never forget it. Never forget it. Forget it. Sabbath day. Don't you forget it. Never ever forget it. Never forget it. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Rome want us to forget it. Sabbath day. Genesis 2:2 talk about the Sabbath. Enoch and Methuselah, they kept the Sabbath. Abraham, Isaac and Jacob, Yeshua, the 12 disciples, the early churches. Never let go of the Most High. I never let go of the Most High. I never let go of the Most High. 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 Never let go of.
Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom.
The emperor was then vested with the 7 ornaments of the coronation, including his gold sword studded with precious stones, a diamond-encrusted ring, 2 traditional lances, the imperial scepter, and a golden globe of the earth, the imperial vestments, and at last came the magnificent crown. 7 differently scented ointments of ancient prescription were received on the imperial head, brow, and shoulders, one with each of these ornaments. The final ceremony was a grand tour of the cathedral by the emperor and empress, who was also crowned, but with less elaborate rites. They were escorted by the priests and bishops, princes and high dignitaries, Ethiopian bishops and priests from all over Ethiopia, and a large number of Coptic deacons, carrying palm branches and chanting in mighty volume.
Lion of Judah Society.